I'm ready.
And you have the mic.
Hello, and I was not ready apparently. Okay, I'm ready now. Hello, everyone. This is DM Samuel, and I am going to be DMing this game of Rime of the Frostmaiden. We are terming it Endless Night here on Midgardia. This is the beginning of the campaign, so if you are watching, you are seeing us right at the beginning, and Craig is a bastard.
Way to go.
Uh, how do I get him out of there?
Click on the top where it has the 3 dots, and then unclick Show Non-Video Participants. And that'll get rid of him.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I wonder if he screwed up the.
Yes, he
thing.
did for a few seconds until I fixed it.
All right, so let's try that again. I am DM Samuel, and I am DMing this game of Rime of the Frostmaiden. We are terming Endless Night, so I want to welcome you to the game here on the Midgardia stream. And I want to point out that we are sponsored by the awesome folks over at Roll20.net. They have a free-to-use and abuse virtual tabletop program that you can use in your browser. No need to download anything. And also, I want to point out to you that there is a nice online convention next week called Roll20Con. It starts on Friday, October 23rd, and there are a ton of games that are going to be played, including a bunch of how-to games or learn-to-play games. And so if you want to hop over there, you can sign up for a game and learn to play something new, or you know what, just play D&D. It's okay. We're fine with that. So now I'm going to push it off to my players to introduce themselves. Let's start with Karu.
Okay. What? Hello. My name is Karu. I'm playing Edmia Argent, an Azimar warlock. Matt?
Is it cold out here, or is it just me? I'm Matt. Hello. I am playing Oryx Pashlu, the Earth Genasi Barbarian.
Hey, I'm Pi, and I'm going to be playing Ember, the Tabaxi Wizard. Sure.
Hi, I'm Sho, and I'm going to be playing Bitterfrost, the Levistus Tiefling Boreal Bloodline Sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Zayo. I'm going to be playing Sigrid Aulis. She is an Earth Genasi fighter.
Excellent. So, do we want to do any kind of introduction for what your characters look like and how they ended up getting together, just so that the audience hears it? So for the audience, we did a session 0 so the players could get their bearings and learn some things about the game. So they all kind of met and know what each other looks like. Do you want to tell people, though, that are watching what you look like?
Sure.
Like, I guess I should say.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
You can go in the same order that you were
Yeah.
in before.
Karu.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's you on the ball
I know.
card.
Yeah. Sure. Hi. So Ademia is a Asmar, but her family is mostly like half elves. She has like slightly tan skin, white hair, green eyes. Wears a lot of like greens and pale yellows and browns. Short hair with like braids. Think kind of like the and this was not intentional. I swear to God, I realized afterwards. Like Zelda's hairdo in the Breath of the Wild 2 videos. I had this hair done first. This is a really old character that I am like reinventing for this game. Addie's had multiple incarnations. I am excited to see where this incarnation goes, especially since I've heard that this game is a bit on the horror side. And I have no control over the story, besides, you know, what she does. So that's new. What else? She's a noble from Waterdeep. Kind of escaping some family stuff and also following the guiding words of her guardian angel, presumably. Totally a good, benign creature who gave her warlock powers, and obviously is just guiding her towards being the hero she was always meant to be.
Obviously.
Obviously, everything's great, and I'm sure everything will just work out fine.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, Matt.
All right. Oryx is male, dark kind of graphite colored skin, kind of short, dirty blonde hair that kind of wears them kind of like side braids and an undercut and a little bit of a short ponytail, very, very short ponytail on the back. He has kind of copperish colored veins and little rock clusters spreading out over his face and arms and shoulders and whatnot. And the meaning of those might become more important down the line, assuming he lives that long. He's a Reged tribesman. He's a member of the Elk tribe or clan. One of the two. He's basically has kind of lived as like a reindeer herder and a caribou herder and hunter and whatnot, growing up most of his life. And now he's kind of set out to help trying to find a cure for like a plague and pestilence that has kind of set in and is robbing his people of their hunting opportunities. So he's kind of one of several people that's kind of been dispatched to find some solution for that. And he was hired as a guide by Adamir or Addie. So he's currently traveling with her.
All right. So Ember is traveling, trying to find his former master slash owner. He is a transformed familiar, and he used to be an orange tabby cat. Now he's an orange, slightly larger tabby cat. But he is very well groomed. Thank you very much. He did think he had way too much fur. That was before Icewind Dale, and now he needs more fur. And also, shoes are not great, but they also don't hurt. So he sort of has the I kind of maybe found these clothes in a bin and got somebody to clean them up for me so they don't look like complete trash. But he's a little less put together than most of the entities in the party. I was gonna say people, but none of you are people.
I mean,
Just had to stop me there going, what are you? So Ember's been traveling with Bitterfrost because Bitterfrost knows his way around, and his little pointy horn is so cute.
all right. Well, Bitterfrost is a Levistus tiefling, so they're the ones that come from the Stygia. Well, descended from the Stygia. He's got pale blue skin, white hair, and really, really kind of pearlescent eyes, and like almost like reindeer horns ish. He was a member of the Bear tribe, also a Reged, who decided he wanted to wander. And yeah, the Bear tribe is more isolationist than the other tribes, so he kind of had to make them believe that he was going on a pilgrimage to get more in tune with his magic, since the magic users of his particular clan in the tribe were supposed to be like guides for the tribe, and he's not been back since. That's absolutely not going to come up at some point or another. He managed to find a cat, and now he's leading that cat around and trying to get it to not bat at his tail. He's kind of based off of a goat or a sheep that is in Arctic areas. So he's very, very, very fluffy. He's got hooves and very sharply pointed ears, and then two little braids coming down right in front.
Sig, she has grayish skin, very stone-like. Her hair is tied back in braids for the most part. Her hair is a blue crystal, almost, basically crystal. So very, very shiny, kind of sticks out. Her eyes have the same crystal color, and the whites of her eyes are just a darker blue, so no whites for her eyes. She wears just pretty standard traveling clothing. decent, but it's not meant to stick out in any way. It's more of just useful, if anything. And she actually came to the north chasing Addie because she was hired to bring Addie home. And then when she caught up with Addie, they realized they couldn't go back, and now she's just stuck guarding this spoiled noble. And just wants to get her home so she can get paid. And she just doesn't like being in the north. She doesn't enjoy this. She hasn't liked it since the moment she stepped in the north. But yeah.
So for the audience, what's happening in this area is there has been something of an environmental catastrophe, and it is assumed to be brought about by a lesser deity known as Oral the Frostmaiden. At least that's what all of the people that live in this region are blaming for it. It's just sort of assumed, everyone's kind of in agreement that that's what happens. And in fact, they believe that she is casting a sort of permafrost, everfrost spell on the region so that no light can touch the Icewind Dale area anymore. So the frozen north is literally frozen. The temperature, the average temperature for the past 2 solid years in this area has been between 45 and 50 below. And it has been covered in snow and ice with frequent blizzards. The wind chill brings the environmental temperature down to somewhere in the -100, -120 range. And it is devastating to the people of Icewind Dale and to the people of the populated area known as Tin Towns, which literally is 10 small villages that are connected a few miles apart from each other, and that in normal times would have seasons, although not as extensive as something you might find further south down the Sword Coast, say in Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate. Now, for the past 2 years, there has only been one season, and that season is winter. And to add insult to injury, because of the spell that Oral has cast on the area, there is also no time ever when the sun fully shines on Icewind Dale. So, roughly speaking, what you get is between midnight and 6 a.m., there is often a dim aurora in the skies above Tin Towns that casts literal, in terms of mechanically speaking in D&D, dim light on the area. Between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., it's completely dark because the aurora fades and there is no sun. Between 10 a.m. and 2, there is a very meager bit of sunlight that is trying to break through the permanent aura of winter that she has cast on the area, but it doesn't quite break through and create light, so you're once again in dim light conditions. In the times when there is a full moon between 5 p.m. and 6 a.m., the full moon actually shines bright enough to cast dim light on all of the areas in Icewind Dale. So let me just say that one more time. On a non-full moon day, between midnight and 6 a.m., it is dim because of the aurora that is cast every night. There's an aurora. It's not an infrequent event. It's an every night thing. Between 6 and 10 a.m., it goes dark. Between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., the sun tries to come out, so you get this sort of dim twilight kind of area or effect. And then after 2 p.m., it gets dark again until midnight when the aurora comes back out. Now, on nights when there's a full moon, at 5 p.m. when the moon rises, then you have dim light again. And then the aurora happens, but that doesn't really change anything that night because it's dim. So right now, as we start, it is the 14th day of the month of Hammer, which is the first month of the year. So it's in winter, it's in deep winter. and it is a new moon, which means there is no moon out at all. So it is pitch black right now. It's around the evening time, around what we would normally, in the real world call like 5 to 6 p.m. And so it's pitch black. So the first thing that I need to ask you all is who has the ability to see in the dark?
I do.
2 of you. Okay.
Oh, I
3.
do.
3
I
of
believe
you.
I do.
everyone
Okay.
but the Genasi.
Yep, yep.
Sam,
Okay.
so is it dark from 6 to 10 a.m.? Or
Yes,
dim?
it is.
Okay.
It is dark from 6 to 10 a.m.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of a weird thing because it goes dim from midnight to 6, dark from 6 to 10, dim from 10 to 2, dark from 2 to midnight, and then midnight to 6 is dim. So it goes dim, dark, unless
Unless
there's
it's a full
unless
moon,
there's a full moon, right?
in which case
And
it's slightly less dim.
right, slightly less dark. So the way that the calendar works, as we know, but just to sort of put this in a framework for you, in Forgotten Realms, the months are 30 days, and every once in a while there's an extra day as a holiday in there. But there's months are 30 days. It's 10 days long, and generally speaking, in any given month, you're going to have 4 days of new moon. That's complete darkness, no moon at all, and 2 to 3, maybe 4 days, depending on how that falls, of full moon. Okay. Right now, you're right smack dab on the first. You're coming into the first night of having no moon out at all. So you're on the first night of the new moon.
And what month did you say it was?
You're in Hammer, which is the first month. So you're about 2 weeks into the new year. Okay. And at the end of Hammer, at the end of Hammer, after the 30th day of Hammer, there is a sort of holiday extra day called Midwinter. And then the very next day starts the first day of the next month, which is Alturiac. So that's kind of how it goes. And I'm keeping track of time because it's important to know everything that's happening here. So I will probably, at the beginning of each session, I will tell you, what day it is in game and how much time has passed and what time it is and all that stuff, because that's going to become very important, because traveling outside is very dangerous in the wintertime. And when it is light, it's even more dangerous when it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to bring us in. I'm going to switch the come on. I need to get this page moved over. There are so many maps and pages on this Roll20 setup for Rime and the Frostmaiden that it's like, where the hell is everything? Because I'm going to put you onto a map, because right now you are coming into I need to set some.
I would suggest afterwards seeing which ones you can archive, and then from the archive you can bring them back when you need them. That way you can minimize the amount of maps that you have.
Okay. Now, when I put a new page on here and I put a map on, is it going to automatically have Fog of War on it?
No, you have to set that up.
Okay, so I need to do that. Give me 2 seconds.
The tokens are set up with the new system, not the legacy system.
Okay, so all right, I see what you're talking about. So okay, because there's 2 Fog of War enabling boxes, and one of them has a legacy notice under it, and one of them does not.
Yeah, so we're using the not
So,
legacy.
okay, that's fine. We'll make this work. So do that. Okay. Now, do I have to drag your tokens onto this map, or
Ideally,
drag them
yes,
in?
because then you know where to set us down.
And let me do that real quick then.
Because until we have a token, we will not be able to see anything. And those who can't see in the dark will only be able to see their tokens until light has been cast.
Okay. Now how do I drag? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was trying to drag the image and it wasn't letting me go. Okay.
Yeah, I just dragged the character
the
name
whole
onto
thing.
Yeah.
So who has light is the question.
Are we traveling?
You are traveling on a road right now.
Okay.
On the road to Targos.
I would have cast light on something. Who's guiding us? Staring at the two.
I mean, I'm one of the ones who technically could.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm also the
either-
one that has under 10
yeah.
health.
Same.
either
So,
Oryx
and
or
you're also one of
Permafrost.
the ones who need light. So, what do you have on you that I can cast light on?
So I've got like a battle axe. Not like great, just like a regular battle axe. I mean, I would say I'd have a torch lit if there's no magical light available.
I would have suggested that I could put light on your battle axe if you wanted to, if you didn't
Okay.
have anything better.
I mean,
just
unless
use
you wanted to use the torch and
And just cast light
light
on
the
the torch.
with magicals.
yeah,
Yeah.
Light.
yeah,
It does save a torch that way, true.
yeah. I can light the end of the torch with light magic instead of.
I mean, it makes it a
Actually,
better
go
torch.
ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Do
that way I figure if he needs to throw the axe, he can throw the axe, and then we don't lose our light source.
Okay.
Well, no, if we run into anything, I'm literally taking the torch and I'm sticking it in the ground.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you can, still do things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Oryx would have light, which, if I'm not mistaken, is
that a light spell?
yeah. So that's 20-foot
Okay.
radius of bright light
20
and
foot.
20-foot radius of dim light.
Okay. Okay. So let's see if that works. I'm going to drag you over to this page, and you can tell me what you see.
Nada.
A lot of
I
black.
don't even see my token.
Let
same.
me.
I don't either, but that's because I was looking down. I see not. Ooh,
So
Ooh,
there's
Oh, wow.
Oryx, right?
yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I thought I put light on him. So
Make sure the lighting you're adding is also from the new system and not the legacy system.
do I have to be in dynamic lighting?
Oh, I think I know what's going on. Hold on.
Because I wasn't in dynamic lighting, but
Yeah.
Also, I can't interact with anything. I don't know if my token's out, but I can't select it.
yeah,
Mine is
I
it's just out of the light source.
Let me go into admin mode and
yeah.
we'll go through it. That way everyone watching will also learn a bit about
Excellent. I'm good with
roll
that.
20.
We're tutoring people in how to roll 20.
Yeah, roll 20 has a lot of features and getting to learn them is
Part
where
of
did
it.
my game crashed? Okay, there it is. All right. So all right. So instead of fog of war, we're going to go and do dynamic lighting on the page itself.
Okay.
We don't need daylight mode. So the only thing you have to do there is just turn on the dynamic lighting, which is
Just in the settings.
in the settings of the page. Once
Okay,
that's
I
set
did
up,
that. Yeah.
Oh,
everyone should be able to see now. Yep.
That is a lot of light all of a sudden.
So now let me check if you did the things correctly on Oryx.
Yeah, so I did it under the regular tab, not the dynamic lighting tab.
Right.
Probably
So
Still
some
can't
other
see
time,
shit.
Kari, you might just want to do the templates that we normally have,
mm-hmm.
like the light template.
yeah, I can do like templates afterwards. So then in the edit token, if you go to the dynamic lighting tab, and you scroll to the bottom, it says token emits light, and it has the different types of light.
Yeah.
So then you put bright light 20 feet,
Oh,
low
I
light
see.
20 feet,
Okay.
and that should make it so that those who do not have dark vision now can see the light. Those who have dark vision can still see out to 60 feet, because that's how
Special.
dark vision works.
Dim as if it's bright.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the only problem with the system right now is that the dark vision doesn't really have
Oh,
it
you're
just
missing one token.
it doesn't have it like dim.
Are you missing a token? Who's missing?
Where's our kitty friend?
Yeah, where's our kitty?
Oh, that's
I was
why.
gonna say I
that's
still
why.
can't see shit.
That's why.
There you go.
Oh, this is very blue.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what the hell anyone's talking about, but okay.
And we're all have like really blue tokens. Most of us we're all like blend into a lot of these maps. I think.
I mean, that's kind of the
Which is-
point.
No,
with
I
my
mean I was
character in
staring at a
particular.
black map for like a while. I'm like, all right, y'all have fun there.
All right, I think they actually added the dim light version of dark vision now. So
Yeah, I can see it's got that kind of fade. Like,
all right, cool. That should have fixed everyone's lighting situations. Yeah, I still can't really see out to 60 feet with my token. But
seems
that's
like a you
always
problem.
no, I can see to 60 feet. Yeah,
I can.
that's
It's just
I
dimmer
can
at
see
the
far
very
enough.
edge.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of what happens with vision, right? Great.
Unless you have a certain feat or a magical item.
Feet. I thought you needed eyes for that.
Yeah, my angelic Azimar celestial warlock is not taking devil's sight. Thank you very much.
That's because you are prejudiced against devils.
Yes.
And yet you're standing right next to a tiefling.
I know.
I'm surprised she's actually standing next to the tiefling.
Well, I do have my hood up, so she might not know just yet. I could just be. Well, I have a heavy cloak too.
I was gonna say.
I mean,
Heavy
we're
fur.
all wearing so much clothing.
Yeah, heavy fur cloak, goggles down probably because it's annoying.
Yeah, unless Addie is staring at Bitterfrost's butt looking for a tail, I don't think she's gonna find
And
it right now.
honestly, like I said, it's thick fur. It's a thick fur cloak, so even then, it's like, is that a tail or is that something that he's just hiding down there? And good luck finding the horns because they're under a polar bear hood.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the horns possibly. Either way, I'm not that prejudiced. It's just I don't trust him necessarily. I like the fact that I have Oryx as the guide and Bitter is just extra.
Rude.
I mean, that's fair.
In any case, so you're all traveling on the road to Targos, and it is very dim and very dark, and the wind is blowing a lot. And I would like everyone to make me a perception check, please.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I forgot to take off that noise.
By the way, be prepared for me to ask for you to spell a whole bunch of shit.
Not a problem.
Let's not enable the noise that this makes.
I forgot I had a GM roll still set, but 11.
Also 11.
Well, the GM can see it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
18.
Good for you. And the cat is so smug that they are the most perceptive of the group.
Ember
So you
had
can hear
the
the
one
purr.
up Addie.
What? There could be a mouse.
Literally one up.
What about a rabbit?
Ooh, bunny.
No,
Bunny, 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 bunny.
unlikely you'll find one here.
A bunny?
Not right now.
Why not?
I was more thinking of hair, but
I mean, Arctic tears occasionally, but
Look, Bitterfrost has got enough of that for everybody.
Boo.
I love you.
Okay, so I just had to look something up. Let's
Why is Addie all the way back there? Off
Because
the
I'm on
road.
the actual road instead of like in the snow.
Oh,
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, feel free to move yourself. To
Okay.
Be,
I thought
you
we
know
were
what?
in the road.
I thought we were too, but not like it would really matter that much. You would probably see Bitter sometimes just wander off the road.
Considering how much it snows here, road is probably like
relative
stomping
snow.
through like 2 or 3, like 1 foot of snow. Off the road is like 5 feet of snow. So I'd rather stick to the road.
Like, do you want compact snow or do you want powder?
Yeah.
Because powder's dangerous. You don't know how deep that shit actually goes.
Yeah, so and actually I chose this map because it has an obvious road, just to be courteous to you, because
Because there's not much of a
Thank
road
you.
to real life.
there's really not. I mean, so the road to Targos is well traveled in terms of this area, but it's not like a road like you would normally see elsewhere.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just compact snow beside snow drifts, really, with possibly a new covering of snow on top of the compact stuff.
Yeah,
So basically an ice highway?
right, and in some places you can see the the ruts where the sled dogs have
Mm-hmm.
run their teams through and all that. So let's see.
That
Ember.
begs the question. That begs the question: if sled dog teams are an option here, why are we walking?
Because sled dog teams are probably expensive, and also we have a cat.
Fair. Just thinking, if it gets to negative triple digits, it's going to make long overland travel very hard.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's why it's
that'll-
very expensive.
That'll have to be a conversation that you have when you can. So Ember and Addie, how do you, Addie? You, as the group is walking, you hear something that sounds like it's moving through the crunching snow, sort of to the north of you, sort of to the northwest of your current location.
All right, I'm gonna poke Bitterfrost since he is friend, and I'm gonna thing up ahead.
I'm probably gonna grab Ember and just kind of nudge him behind the earthy meat shield.
Which one?
The one that there's
Taxpayer.
space to be behind and on the opposite side of.
Ah!
So
Yeah, I don't think I
that way.
say anything more than like I grab Sig's sleeve and tug it and point in the direction I heard something.
Yeah, I just nod a little and look in that direction.
And Bitter will probably kind of, as an afterthought, kind of just pat Oryx on the shoulder and point ahead.
Oh.
So that one of us isn't surprised.
Yeah, I was thinking, wow, Oryx is just going to keep walking at this point.
Everyone's like preparing Oryx, just la la la.
No, he'll stop and like hold the torch up higher and kind of peer through the darkness and try to see what source this is.
Yeah, you are also probably going to see a little shimmering of cold around Bitter as he casts mage armor on himself.
Please tell me Ember also has mage armor.
Yes, I honest to God had to look. Listen. Yeah, I'm gonna pop that for heat.
Yeah,
for heat.
For heat. Is mage armor warm? I didn't realize that.
It's whatever.
It's more of a psychological effect.
Yeah, it's.
I have 2 spell slots. What do you mean expended?
The magic is just hugging Ember, and Ember feels warmer because of it. It's a protective hug.
He's my friend.
Whereas mine, I probably
Safety
have a little bit
blanket.
of a glint of frost and ice on me. like a facet.
So what would you like to do other than cast mage armor on yourselves?
Well, we don't know what it is yet,
You
so I
want?
suppose we're
I
still
mean, we're gonna.
approaching.
I would say we're still
cautiously.
moving, but
Yep, move forward, but at least we're keeping aware of our surroundings as we go.
yep.
Are we in like a little ravine here? It looks like.
Yeah, I mean it's only about 5 feet, so this area is actually quite hilly, and a lot of the 10 towns are either on top of a hill or in a valley. So you'll find a lot of the maps that have the snowy parts and whatnot have changes in elevation. But it's not quite as rocky as it looks like on here, and it makes it look rocky. It's really more of a snowdrift kind of covering the natural hilly.
This is probably what it
environment.
looks normally when it hasn't snowed forever.
Right, right. Yes, this would be a great tobogganing hill if it had snowed as much as it has snowed in this area. But the way it looks on this image, it looks like sort of rough, cliffy area. It's more like smoothed over with ice.
All right,
Alright,
so we walk
yeah,
forward.
So move on.
Yeah,
Forward
let's
ho.
continue going.
more
All
cautious.
right. Um, as you start to move along the road, in the not so far distance, you hear the howl of a four-legged canine creature.
Puff.
Do we see any coming towards us, or is it just how many howls is it right now?
You hear one howl, and there is nothing that you see coming towards you at this point.
At this point, unshouldering my bow.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
sword's out.
Yeah,
Sword and
Ye-
shield.
you do see me take out my staff for once because we actually have the time to prepare for it. Normally, I'd have a dagger in hand.
Rex will unsling his axe.
Keep up, Addie.
Yeah, I'm keeping up.
All right, stupid puppy. I don't know where you are, but I have a stick and it's pointy.
So, Bitterfrost and Oryx would probably know that the wolves in this area tend to travel in packs of 3 to 5 creatures, 3 to 5 individuals, but also that recently, because of the extreme winter, the wolf packs are reduced in size, and the wolves have been starved and they are quite emaciated, but
Desperate.
that makes them desperate and very dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Also, they like to ambush.
Yeah, so Bitter would be warning the
course.
rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same here. Just saying.
Those of us with dark vision are probably keeping straining eyes into past the light
Yes, that's
because
correct.
we'll be able to spot them possibly earlier.
And
Mhm.
I have one hand up as though to prepare to cast something at it. Whatever I see, depending on what it is.
Okay.
Just keep walking.
Mm-hmm.
Stay close together.
Yep.
Meet shields first. I mean,
Ah,
whoop.
my bad.
Ember, you are not that. Get other side.
Make me.
Well,
I
I
mean,
can see one on the
If
map
you want to
now.
be chased, if you
Yep.
if you want to be chased by a dog, okay.
I'll bite him.
So Addie, do you tell people that you see?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm gonna point past the
Yeah, I call out. Yeah, there's
tree.
one by the bush.
it is crouching down, and it's sort of, it has its snout out and it's sniffing. You can tell that it probably knows that you're there, which means we need to roll initiative. So
Let's do
before before we do this, so Karu, you gave me that start combat thing,
Yeah.
and so do I just select all of the tokens on the map?
Select. Let us roll because everyone
Wait
likes
for us.
rolling. Wait for
Okay.
us to roll. Once everyone's rolled, then select your tokens or whatever token you want to roll initiative for, and then use the combat starter.
Okay.
Because it will immediately then start.
Yeah, then it'll bring up the combat tracker and it'll have everything organized already by initiative. Wow, my initiative sucks.
I mean,
Addie, honest question: have you ever been in real combat before?
Sure, I have.
I like how you saw it and you go, look, a wolf! Oh, I should get my bow.
the bow was already in hand by that point. But,
Yeah. Bow was in hand, and I'm like, oh shit, right. I gotta
Right,
get these
right. I need arrows. Arrows.
oh,
Oh, gloves.
gloves. I gotta get the gloves off.
Like, you found it. How are you not ready?
yeah, seriously.
I've been in real combat. Tournaments are totally real combat.
No, they aren't.
Wow, you sweet summer child. Well,
That's a great saying in this environment.
I know, and that's particularly why Bitter said it.
I mean,
She's
it's
a sweet summer child, but this isn't summer.
Nor is it sweet.
it's not from Waterdeep. It's pretty true as well.
Bitter, it's your turn.
All right, well then I'm just going to snap a hand out and cast Frostbite at it. So it needs to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw or take 7 cold damage, and its next attack will be at disadvantage.
Now, do you have to see it in order to cast that spell?
I believe
Because right now it's behind a big floofy tree.
one creature that you can see. So yeah, I probably would have had to move. If I went over here, would I have seen it?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Okay. So I need a con save. Is that what you said?
Yes, con save DC 14.
No. So what does it do? Takes 7?
7 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on its next attack.
Okay. You hear the wolf cry out, "Arr!" and it collapses.
Oh, and then I'm just going to use the rest of my movement to go back. Because I am squishy, and I'm pretty sure. While I was up there, would I have been able to see the other one? Or is that elevation-wise?
If you can see it on your screen, then you would be able to see it.
All right, then I will use the rest of my movement to go back and be like, there's another one up there. And point in the direction it was.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that is my turn.
Okay.
And I did hit done, but...
Yeah, so did I, and it froze. So
that's why. The API went poop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know why
That's happened last
combat tracker has been on the fritz a bit. You can press
So-
the arrow on the turn order, Sam,
Okay.
and that'll force it.
there we go. Sigrid.
Okay, so Sig can't see anything. Even if she moves forward, she's not going to because she's relying on Oryx's light. So I am just going to hold my action. If something comes close to me, I'll attack it.
Okay.
But I'm just doing my action.
Okay. Well, you are, I don't know, in luck? Is that the right way to say it?
No.
Matters how fast these wolves are.
Yeah, they're
fast.
pretty fast.
Wolves are pretty fast.
And also, unfortunately, no, Nope, not unfortunately. So it is running at you, but it does not make it to you.
Oh,
But now you can see it there. So if you want to attack it, if you don't have to be in melee with it, you can do so.
I have a sword.
Okay.
oh, I did
Um,
not see that one. You can hear better saying that.
There it is.
Do you
Where
see
did
it
that one-
now?
Yes, I do. It was probably way down
Can
this
I
way.
see that one.
Uh-huh.
It was behind a tree down there.
Hmm.
And it is now Ember's turn. Ember, you see a big wolf running at the party.
What is movement like? Do we have difficult terrain on anything, everything?
Not currently.
Okay. Well then.
Currently.
Bitterfrost is telling Ember to stay behind the squishy things, right?
Yeah, but he also said that there was another one over this way. So, oh,
Yeah.
That's not.
that's not what I meant.
Why would I stay back? And I'm going to take my dagger and I'm going to try and poke it in the face.
Okay.
19
That is going to poke it.
for 4 piercing damage, and the snow next to it has a little fire before it goes out.
Takes 1 melting damage.
Shush.
The the wolf cries out in pain as its fur catches on fire, and it goes bye-bye. It collapses in front of you and
I
breathes out
stick
its
my tongue out
last
at
breath.
Bitterfrost. Very slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Take that.
So you
You were
bled?
Yes.
Ah,
You are so lucky that I can't shape water right now because I would totally freeze your tongue.
yeah. I'm just going to stay here.
All right. Oryx.
Okay, did Bitterfrost say there was another one coming from down here?
From the
He's
north.
up top is
Oh,
where
from the
he
north,
said it was
okay.
from. Yeah, he didn't
Okay,
see
sorry.
that one down there. So
Got
now
it,
he's
okay.
looking in that direction.
Oryx is just going to move to like the foot of the hill here. And since I can't see where it is at this point, I'm going to ready an action to, if a wolf gets near me, he'll attack it with his axe.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing for now.
All right. I can't see anything, and I don't want to move off the road. So I'm just gonna grab my bow and prepare to shoot the first wolf that comes into sight.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hold my action.
Bitterfrost.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move up again. See the wolf up there. Kind of give a snap. And frostbite it again. Another con save.
Okay, con save. An 18.
So it does not. And then I'm just going to scoot back. I know how dangerous these wolves are.
The wolf howls at you. Ow! And 2 seconds later, you hear 2 more howls off in the distance.
From about
Well,
what
that
direction?
answers my question of
Yeah.
did you see any more wolves?
I mean, see, no. Here, yes.
I do not want to leave Addie completely alone, but I am going to give her a shot to not be completely awful. So Sig's just going to go over here and hold her action, just kind of be ready in case a wolf shows up.
That's smart.
So it says Wolf 3's turn, but I just put all the wolves in the same
initiative.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because they're moving as a pack.
that's right. To fix something here. My computer's like, what? You want me to do, huh? Say what?
That sounds about right.
And that is not actually what I want. Need to. There it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oryx, roll me a perception check, please.
Oh no.
You see something that is very concerning to you, and that is a very large wolf
Boy.
in the background here, up behind this tree stand here, and you see it moving over. I don't know if you can actually see it on the screen.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I just got a glimpse. Yeah, to the north.
Yeah.
It is large,
Mm.
bigger than the others that you've seen. And you know, because you are from this area, that this is a winter wolf.
Oh crap!
And it is not friendly. But as it's in the background, it has not reached you yet. But this one, this one actually runs down to bite at you. I'm going to put it to the side here so that it doesn't look like it's on the edge of a cliff.
As it approaches, I'm going to use my rated action to attack it.
Okay, that's fine. You can do so.
24 hit.
Yes, it does.
Okay. For 12 damage.
And as it tries to slide down the snow-covered hill towards you, you basically slice into it and it dies.
So I see another one that's coming up from the north, right? The small
Yep.
one?
Yes, there is
can-
one more small one that you can see now. It got closer, but it couldn't get
Yeah.
that close.
Can I get my shot off then?
Sure.
That's a 17.
That hits. Do you all see the name? Do you see the names on it or no?
No, we don't see the names.
No,
Okay.
just the icon.
All right.
So 5
Just
piercing damage.
5 damage. Okay.
And this is why I use a short bow and not Eldritch Blast right now, because I rolled a 1 on the dice.
Do I have time to warn everybody about the big one I saw coming toward us?
Yes, you can yell at them and tell them.
I call it. There's a bigger one coming. We may want to run. This one's big and nasty.
You definitely hear Bitter cursing pretty vilely in Regid.
Okay.
And then Addie's arrow hits the wolf, but it's still running at you, and it is now Ember's turn.
All right, but it's all the way up there.
You don't want to get closer to that.
All right, well, which way are we running then, Oryx?
Let's see where we were
Which
basically
way
going.
were we going?
We were going that direction, right?
Yes.
Northwest. Keep on the road.
All righty. 1, 2. I'm gonna hide behind the tree. And if something comes within range, okay. If an enemy comes within range, I'm gonna poke it in the face. So I'll ready an action.
Okay. Oryx.
Okay. I'm gonna come on. We don't want this thing catching us. I'm gonna dash. Do I see Ember hiding behind the tree, or is he stealthing, or?
No, I'm just behind the tree.
Yeah, you probably saw.
Okay. As I move past him, I'm just gonna call him. Saying, this thing will freeze your bones before that little poker of yours can get anywhere near it. Move. 20, and I'm gonna keep moving past him. 30. Basically, I'm dashing all. Well, I'm taking the light with me. I realize crap.
Well,
Yeah,
then they
well,
better hurry
I
up.
guess we have to move.
This was thought out. Well, okay, fine. I will. Yes, I'll basically just move. Okay, so kind of move to I think that was 30 feet and ready in action to since there are people who insist on being stragglers, I'm ready in action to just attack anything else that gets near me.
Okay.
That's it.
Addie.
All right. Cool. Cool.
This is fine.
Literally.
This is fine.
No, it's not.
I can see this thing now because I've got 60 feet of dark vision.
Mhm.
Don't you do it.
It knows we're here.
It knows
Yeah,
we're
I
here.
know.
I might as well
What-
harry it.
And make it more interested in catching you?
It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at it. 16?
Hits it.
Cool.
How much damage?
6.
6 damage. Okay.
Oh boy.
The arrow goes into its fur and it kind of almost disappears. You can't see it. That's how thick the fur is on this thing.
I'll hide behind Ember and
Wow. Well,
The warlock hiding behind the wizard.
yeah. How?
I'm not actually sure you know Ember's a wizard.
No,
I
because
don't-
Ember has
yeah.
just been poking things.
And I'm
I would
a
not be
tabaxi.
surprised. Yeah. Bitter is just gonna kind of sigh because we should really be running, but he doesn't trust that other wolf to leave us alone. So he's just gonna try and frostbite it again.
The small one up here?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that needs a
Constitution
con
saving throw.
save.
DC 14.
An 18. Apparently
So
my
then
dice are with me.
3, 4, 5. He's gonna hide behind the warlock.
the 3 squishies in the party just hiding behind each other. This is fine.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I can do.
All right, Sigrid.
Sig's just watching all the magic users shaking her head. And then she's gonna run past them, sword out, and look at Oryx. Do you really think we can outrun that wolf? Or are we better standing our ground and trying to kill it?
Oryx just it gives a sign that says, if we're gonna fight it, we need to at least spread out.
I'm asking because I don't think we can outrun a damn wolf. And then Sig's just gonna ready in action.
We can't outrun a normal wolf. Who knows how fast that thing
Exactly.
is?
Like Sig's like, oh, you want to run? I don't think we can outrun a fucking giant wolf. Like, I get you want to run. I don't think we can. This is its territory.
Yes, it is. And it walks out here. This one. Oh, sorry. This one. This one actually jumps down to attack Sigrid first.
So I can attack it?
You can attack it as it comes up to you, and if you don't
Oh,
kill it,
Sig,
then...
come on.
Ouch. You were too busy staring at the big one.
Yeah.
It's so pretty though.
Oh, it is.
It also misses, however. So it's kind of standing in front of you, snarling and slobbering, and you can tell that it is extremely hungry. And then this big one, it stops kind of at the top of this hilly area, and it puts its head back and it kind of snorts and almost like makes a coughing sound a little bit. And then it breathes on you in a 15-foot cone. And so that is going to catch Oryx and Sigrid. And I need both of
And the
you
wolf.
to make a DC 12 dexterity save.
Just made it.
Wow.
Oh wait, no, that was right. Never mind. Oh, nat 20.
Oh, so you both made it. And you are going to take half of 18. You're going to take 9 damage. Cold damage.
Question.
Yep. Yes.
When you have something, do you round down or up?
Yes, always round down.
Okay, so half of 9 would be 4.
Yes.
If I'm okay, so I take 4 damage.
Oryx.
I took. Well, no, it's 18 total, so it's well.
It's 9 total because you made your save.
9 total. Yeah, so I took 9. Yeah. Okay.
Did Sigrid save
Okay.
with a 12?
Yep, that was the DC.
Oh,
Yep, 12 is
nice.
the DC.
Oh boy.
Whew.
And now it is Ember's turn. You just saw this thing open its mouth and breathe cold, wintry wind on everyone.
So we're staying to fight it, huh? Great.
Just stay back if you can.
If you can, kill the little one first.
That's
Oh,
yeah.
actually,
and
hold
then
on.
take cover.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
is
no.
the
I need
little
to
one
roll
alive?
Wait, yeah, I need to roll a save for it.
Would that matter?
No, it is not alive.
It saves. It takes 9
Does it
damage.
stash you?
Okay
Does
then.
the
No,
wolf stash you?
It is now a frozen little wolfy preserved
So-
specimen.
So I have a meta question.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Is instant death twice damage or 3 times damage? Of your full health.
It is twice, right? It's if you
Yeah.
get hit for twice, you're
If you go into the negative twice your hit points in one
okay.
attack, that's when you outright just die.
so if you have 7 hit points, if you take
If you go to
21
negative.
if you take 21 damage, you'll be at negative 14, you'll die.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll be fine.
Oh, this.
Is it no wait, you said that wasn't the cliff. So 1, 2, 3. Hiya!
You just see Bitter like make a gargled noise and a half like
You're supposed to go away from danger.
no.
Sig is fine with this.
Bitter is not.
She's ever seen.
Have you seen cats and their feistiness around dogs sometimes?
Besides, you told me to stay behind, so clearly I want to be up here.
I said behind the
Cats never listen. They do the opposite of
Look,
what you say.
this dog
That's
has
exactly
a giant
right.
nose, and I'm gonna put this pointy stick in the giant nose for 7 piercing.
It
Oh,
takes 7
no,
piercing damage.
We're wrong. I just double checked. It's if you take your max hit points in the negative.
Oh,
it's,
all right.
not, it's not double. I thought it was
Not double. Yeah, no.
Well,
So
then
the
I'm
idea of
fucked,
double
but-
is if you're at full, you'd have to take double.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Yeah, that's where that comes in.
Yeah,
Okay.
so with me having 14 health, if I took 28 damage in one hit, I'd be dead.
Yes.
Well, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm just gonna just stay back here.
Okay.
Oryx.
All right. He'll call it. Just yell the call to us. Try to get around. Try to surround it, and then he'll lift his head to the sky, and you all hear a guttural cat-like, like mountain lion-like snarl coming out of his throat, and I would like to rage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna just move
First
in and try
rage
to
of the
swing.
game.
Yep. And with my hit points might be my last one too. And just try to. I'm gonna try to just hit it. 24
Excellent. That hits.
for 13 because I didn't have the rage turned on, but 13 total slashing damage.
Okay.
My turn.
Addie, you see a large tabby cat booping the nose of an enormous white wolf, and you see an enraged rock man
All right.
trying to hit it.
Well, I briefly wish I had healing word instead of cure wounds.
Yeah, sounds like a you problem right now.
Okay. So instead, I am going to use healing light on
Okay.
Oryx. As a bonus action. So I'm just gonna use one dice on him.
What does that do?
It heals him for 6.
Okay.
Thank you.
Best you could do at this point.
Considering I'm the only healer in the party.
I mean, we'll just have to drive it off before it can kill us.
And then I will use my sure. Did it seem to me like the arrow didn't do as much damage as I was expecting it to?
No, it's just that the thing is so huge. You
Okay, it
can't
was
even
just
see where it pierced it.
Sack of hit points. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna shoot it then.
Okay.
With my short bow. But I'm so concentrated on how terrifying this is that I rolled an 11.
Yes, and so that arrow goes through the sort of top little fluffy part of its fur and goes beyond it. Does not hit the creature.
Oh boy. Well,
Bitter.
I'm gonna kind of scoot back a little, raise my staff, kind of snap my fingers a couple times, and then I'm gonna cast Chromatic Orb.
All right.
So let me. And miss.
Ouch.
I'm a little
That is-
terrified, and the little spiral of flame doesn't even form into an orb and just kind of shoots off and does nothing.
It kind of goes turns from immediately from flame to like just sort of smoky plume of
I'm
spent
not really
steam.
all that used to actually actively attacking with fire.
It's too cold for fire.
Anything else?
Nope, I clicked done, but it didn't work. Looks like
Okay.
the API is lagging again.
Yeah. Sigrid.
Okay, I'm gonna move up this way. Just want to make sure you do have flanking rules.
Sure.
Okay. Oh,
Oh, good.
24 to hit.
That is going to hit. How much damage?
Min, 4 damage.
Ouch. Really? Oh my god.
Yep.
We're all so terrified.
That
Because
was
you have
bad.
to poke it in the nose.
We
This
shouldn't
is-
all be around its mouth. Did you just not see what it did?
That's why I'm back here.
And I'm done.
All right. And then it is the wolf's turn.
Oh,
So the
gosh.
wolf has to choose between whether it's going to attack Ember or Oryx. And I think that Oryx did more damage, so it is going to attack Oryx. And so it is trying to bite at Oryx, and that is a 10. Probably misses.
Yep.
That is very sad. That is very sad. But do need to do one other thing here. Yes, I know that. Okay. Stupid thing. Okay. All right. And then it is Ember's turn. It's apparently confused by all of the small two-legged things running around it.
Yeah.
That aren't running away from it.
Yes.
It's gonna be great. Great. So I'm gonna scoot over, give myself advantage, and bop it in the face. For 24 to hit,
That hits.
for 5 piercing.
All right.
I really need a bigger stick.
Yes, you
And
do.
I'm done.
Oryx, you
I
are
will,
raging.
Yep, I will chop at it again. 15 hit.
That hits.
16 total. Oof.
16 damage. Okay.
Yeah.
That was
It is still
max.
alive.
Finally, someone maxed their dice.
I maxed it earlier on my first attack against it. I just have a very small die.
That's true.
All right, Addie.
All right. Well, they look fine. I'm just gonna shoot at it. Everything is going great. 15.
That is a hit.
See, it's perfectly fine. 6 piercing damage.
6 damage. Oops. Wrong thing. Bitter.
All right. Well, I was a bit too ambitious last time, so this time I'm gonna kind of hold a hand up. Imagine a bit of tinder striking, kindling, and I'm gonna use create bonfire on it.
Okay.
It's a concentration, so I have to plant it kind of in its square, but it's big enough that it has to make a dex save DC 14 or take 6 fire damage.
And I rolled a 10. So how
Cool.
much damage?
6.
6, okay.
And that's concentration, so that as long as it is in that space with it,
Mm-hmm.
then it will have to make that saving throw again.
So you've basically created a bonfire in front of its
Uh-huh.
paws. Okay. Okay.
Or probably more likely under it because it's
Mhm.
It's big.
yeah. hmm
Okay. All right.
Roasting
Anything
the
else?
belly?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's going to be upset now. Sigrid.
It's fine. I'm okay with this as long as it's all the way over there.
Meanwhile, all Sig is thinking is, you're gonna encourage it to run away from us, and we're the what's keeping you from getting hit.
Yeah, but if it runs away from us or runs away from you, then each of you will get an attack on it.
Sig, come on. 13 to hit.
13 actually hits.
Huh, okay. 6 damage.
Every little bit counts.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's you can tell that the fire under its belly and your thwacking at it is making it a little leery of the situation. So it actually tries to back away to here. Whoops, not to there. To here, which means Oryx gets an opportunity attack, but Sig and Ember do not. So
Okay,
Oryx,
I'll
if
take
you
it.
want to make that attack first.
Would it still have had
10.
advantage?
10 does not hit. Would what have had advantage?
Since it was in between everybody.
No, because Oryx doesn't
Okay.
have anyone flanking.
Okay.
And then the Winter Wolf is going to attack either Sig or Ember. So I'm going to roll. And if I roll a 1, 2, or a 3, it's attacking Sig. And it rolled a 4, which means it is attacking Ember. The fire is like right in between Sig and Ember.
All right.
So it tries to bite at Ember. And 17 versus AC.
You fucker. Oh wait, I have spell slots.
You do.
Holy bejesus. No, bad puppy.
Oh, thank the gods you took shield.
Yes.
Also, I don't know what's wrong with my spell slots, but I'll fix them myself. So
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. So what does that do? Gives you a +5
plus
to your
5
AC.
to AC. So now I have an AC of 21.
Okay, so then it does not hit. It bites at you, and its nose boops right into your side, but it can't sink its teeth in. And it is now bewildered. So it is going to actually try to use the rest of its movement, which means both of you will get attacks. And if you don't hit it, it will get all the way over here.
Well, we better hit it then.
Oh goddamn.
You have advantage. Oh
We're not
no,
flanking
because it moved.
anymore.
It moved.
Yep.
What a jerk. Come out here.
13 hits. How much damage can you do? 4 damage. Not quite enough. It has now run away.
Get back here, you
But
coward.
it is extremely injured. You can tell when it runs away that it's super injured. And it is now actually Ember's turn.
Oh no.
Come back here, free meat.
Free meat.
Not
Dinner.
not free meat, free fur.
Yes.
You realize that cloaks made with that fur would probably be fantastic.
Actually, I have feline agility,
Oh no.
which means I can move double my speed until the end of my turn. Which means I can definitely get around. Bad puppy, no! And, just punch it in.
You wave your stick at
It's
it.
yeah. It is snorting and snarling, but not impressed with your Oryx.
Okay. I don't see where it's gone, do I? All right. All right. I'm just gonna follow after Ember then.
I was gonna say, it's not like I was being quiet, so.
You probably hear the yowling.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it run off in that direction too. So, I mean,
I'm gonna try to pull. I'm gonna pull out a javelin, and just try to skewer the thing, because that's as close as I
Okay.
can get to it.
Sure. Yeah, it has a good speed, so
Ooh.
that
oh,
is
yeah,
a hit.
real good speed.
Okay. 7 piercing. And do I get rage damage on a thrown weapon? I gotta check again.
I'm not sure it matters because that kills it.
Oh, all right then.
That javelin goes into its side and it goes, and it falls to the ground in front of Ember.
He'll just Oryx will give one more like loud, cat-like snarl to the sky, and then start to.
Calm down.
Bitter is definitely
Yeah.
making his way towards the wolf. Because
Calm down.
hell, if we're not gonna actually skin this
I'm
thing.
not staying behind, so I am catching up with the rest of the group.
You're just following the chants of free meat, free meat, free meat.
You guys can have the meat. I want the fur.
Yeah.
If you close the
Okay.
turn order, it'll wipe it automatically, so you just have to click the X.
Okay, so I cleared it and then I closed it. Okay, so now we're out of combat. Are you going to skin it?
If nobody tells me not to.
We are going to harvest.
I
'Cause
mean,
one-
given the environment we're in,
And
it's
one
probably
thing
gonna
that
be
we-
useful.
One thing that the tribes have pretty much enforced is use every bit of everything.
Mhm.
I was gonna say probably teeth, claws. For
Everything we
meat.
can get.
What about
bones,
the 4 smaller ones?
I mean, if we can, but this is the most important one.
And it's the closest.
Can I aid Bitterfrost in skinning the Winter Wolf?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
With your aid, it's still going to take about an hour. So it's a
would-
quite lengthy process.
That's fine.
To know how to skin and like butcher an animal like this, would that be a nature check or would that be a survival check?
I would actually, in the case of the two tribesmen, I would say that whichever is higher for them, I would let them use.
Okay,
whichever one.
it would be survival for me.
What about those whose only hunting experience is like hunting in the water deep woods?
Don't
I found this in the kitchen.
practice on the
No,
little
I'm a
ones.
noble.
That way.
You really think nobles don't
Yeah.
go fucking hunting for wolves?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't
But
do anything
They
afterwards.
don't. Yeah, but they don't dress.
No,
they don't dress.
not
the
really.
Animal.
She probably just
Um,
watched once and was like, that's disgusting.
That's
Yeah. I mean, you can try on one of the smaller ones.
Yeah,
if you
that's what
want
I
to
was
do-
thinking
do
of.
just
yeah,
like
Bitter
you
will
would do
definitely be like,
nature.
no, you don't
Yeah.
touch this one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at Sig and I'll be like, you skin it, I'll tell you how to do it.
Oh God.
Somebody want to keep a lookout and make sure there's not any more coming while we're just gonna
I'll
take
keep a
while.
lookout.
Okay.
I will
I'll
also
try
gather
skinning one of the wolves.
what arrows I can, which I believe is just half of the ones used.
So one.
What? I used 4 arrows.
Oh.
So Sig, do you have experience with cleaning and dressing animals in the wild?
I can see at least the time she left Waterdeep for some kind of job, especially when she was younger. It was more of a hazing of, you're the one who's gonna have to clean all this disgusting shit. Have fun,
Mhm.
kid.
Okay.
So she's probably done at least some. It's not pretty, but it's good for getting food when you're out.
Okay. So you can use who do we lose?
Craig.
Craig.
Oh, god damn it, Craig.
Craig, you bastard. Anyway, so Sig, you can use nature, or survival, whichever one's better for you.
Survival.
Okay. For Oryx and Bitter, you can use nature or survival, whichever is better, and you can roll with advantage.
Nice. Okay.
And for Addie, you can use nature and roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
So a 19 survival for Bitter.
21 for Sig.
Seems about right.
Only 10 for Oryx.
Ouch.
I rolled a 9.
Oryx was too busy looking out and trying to make sure nothing else was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Addie, you got some of the skin off.
Now you don't know what to do with it.
As soon as I see I'm
Yeah.
like botching the skinning, really, I'm like, okay, well maybe I can just salvage some meat and we'll need that anyways. It's fine.
Yeah.
Didn't need the skin
but-
anyways. Humph.
but otherwise, everyone did fine. Oryx was more intent on trying to make sure that Bitter could do a good job in helping Bitter anyway with the
That's fine.
the big one. So, okay, so after about an hour and 15 minutes, you now have 4 small wolves worth of meat and skins and a very large wolf worth of meat and skins. And so the question is, what are you going to do with this? Are you going to carry it back?
Carry it with us.
How far,
How
are we
far
from a
out?
town?
Yeah.
You're probably 2 hours from town right now.
The one we left.
No, where you're going.
Where we're
Okay.
going. Okay. Yeah, we'll
2
we'll
hours from
carry
your
it.
destination.
I can carry stuff.
We can
I'm
try
gonna
carry
give a
what we can.
disbelieving look to Addie about that.
What out of character, what's your strength show?
Oh, I know my strength isn't the best.
Okay. Just curious.
It's a 10.
Uh-huh.
But
Daddy has no problem carrying stuff.
okay. No physical problem carrying stuff. There you go.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Mentally, she just keeps thinking, this is servant work.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I think if you distribute everything amongst everyone, I think you'll be fine. I mean, the wolves were pretty emaciated anyway, so it's
Yeah.
not like you got
A lot of meat.
Yeah, you got a little bit, and you've got the skins, and the skins aren't all that heavy.
Well, we got some skins. Addie's is...
That's why she wasn't allowed to touch the
Yeah.
big one.
I wasn't planning
Yeah.
to.
So okay, so you get back on the road, and then you come into Targos. And now is when you see the scene that we discussed in session 0. So you're walking up to the town. Let me actually throw you onto the Targos map here. Wherever Targos is on here, just so that you can see. Okay, so here's a map of Targos, if it puts you there.
Mm-hmm.
And you're coming up this road to this set of gates right here, okay, which is the south gates. And outside of this gate, about 200 meters, 100 meters maybe, is a pole. And the gates are opening, and a guard is escorting a adult male human out of the gates. Behind him at the gates are left 2 other guards, and then a woman and a young boy. And the woman and the young boy are crying, and the man is being led out by a guard. Behind the guard is another person who probably is a guard, but he doesn't have a lot of weaponry on him, but he has a book in his hand. And as the man is led out to the pole, the person with the book in his hand says something to the man that you can't quite hear because of the wind and snow blowing and all that stuff. And you can hear the woman crying and wailing, though, and the kid is crying. And they strip the man down naked, and they tie him to the pole. And the person with the book in his hand reads a passage from the book and then closes it, nods at the man that they tied out to the pole, and then walks back. The guard that had escorted the man out and tied him to the pole takes the man's clothes and folds them and carries them back into town and hands them to the woman. And the boy tries to break away from the mom and run out to the dad. And he runs out to the dad, and he's hugging the dad by the legs and crying. And the guard has to come out and take the kid and lead him back to the mom in town. And that's what you see as you're coming up to the town. It's very, but the 2 guards by the gate were both of them were holding torches, and the one with the book had a torch. So that's how you could see the majority of these activities. But otherwise, it's pitch black around here. Now, Bitter and Oryx probably know that some of the larger towns have been sacrificing to Oral, the Frostmaiden, for some time now. Some of the smaller towns have as well, but they haven't been doing humanoid sacrifice, whereas the 3 larger towns have been performing sacrifices. They draw lots the night before the first new moon, and whoever, quote, wins the lottery is sacrificed. Those are the rumors that you heard. You probably had not seen it so starkly presented and all of that until right now.
My expression is incredibly and entirely smooth. I'm probably tense, but I'm not saying anything as much as I might want to.
Oryx just kind of mutters to everyone, "So it's true what I've been hearing. They must value life very cheaply here. Throw someone
Care to
out
fill
like
the
this."
non-locals in?
So they killed the
People are. No, it's not.
They kill criminals instead of putting them to work or something, or
It's not criminals.
No. They
It
think
looks like
that
they're trying to appease Aril.
they think that by throwing away one of their own, they will make the Winter Maiden happy. Waste.
So a religious sacrifice.
If you could call it that.
More like, picture it as somebody trying to get a dragon to not attack you by offering them somebody else.
Hmm.
That's also about how well it is likely to work with the Frostmaiden. Because why would she care about one sacrifice when she can get as many as she wants?
Have you seen the Frostmaiden? Does she come get them, or
No, they die.
what happens if we interfere?
You might make an enemy out of the entire town.
And if something bad happens within the month, they'll probably blame you for it.
Yeah.
At best, we could get turned away from the town itself. At worst, we could get replaced as the sacrifices.
Aw.
Let's just go into town. There's nothing we can do.
Mm-hmm. And Bitter's just gonna start walking.
Follow.
We're probably gonna have to find a place to actually treat these skins to make them into proper cloaks and other things we could sell.
Is there anyone like watching from the town itself, or did they just leave this guy and like there's no guards?
That's it.
They after the boy ran out, the guard went out to take the boy, and when they went back in the gate, they shut the gate.
So it doesn't
You
look like
saw-
anyone's like really watching what happens to him. They just leave him out there.
That's what it looks like.
Are there guard towers on either side of the gate?
Yes, but they don't look manned. Like you don't see torches and whatnot as if there's guards looking out.
Just because we don't see them doesn't mean that they're not there.
Correct.
We're going to have to try and gain entry anyway. Don't make things more difficult right now.
Torches, you say?
Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah,
Ah, fine.
that posture of yours is one that I recognize.
Calculating look.
Thinking.
See, you can't really tell the look because of all the layers and the goggles and everything, but the posture is like, I want to do something stupid.
So you definitely act like a noble, right, Addie?
For the most
Out
part,
character.
yeah.
Okay. Have you mentioned like which house or anything you belong to? Or where you're from or anything?
Not really. I try not to. Like, I can't do
Okay.
much about my demeanor. I was born and raised a noble, but I'm not necessarily broadcasting my family or anything like that.
Yeah, it's not like if something goes right, my father,
You don't
Yeah.
have a
Count
crest
or
or
whatever.
anything.
I'm here without my father's blessing, and supposedly without my father knowing where I went, even because I initially took a boat heading south, not north. So yeah, I'm not trying to make it like word get back to him or anything. So yeah.
Though
Yeah, I'm
clearly-
basically watching Addie to see how she reacts to human sacrificing.
Oh yeah,
I'm not happy, but at the same time, I realize that this is something beyond what we can do. I'll admit,
right now.
inwardly, I was just thinking of like, basically killing him early so he doesn't have to suffer the cold.
No, that would,
Um,
if anything, piss off Arul. She may be indifferent to the sacrifice itself, but if somebody tries to end the prolonged suffering in the cold of the
God, I
sacrifice,
know that.
that will make her mad.
Plus, as
But,
cold as
yeah.
it's not going to be very prolonged.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, so
that's
you-
true.
It'll be quick.
Yeah, you would probably estimate that maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, because
until-
he's no clothing at
Yeah.
all.
Right. He'll
Yeah.
be probably already becoming hypothermic. You know,
He's
from
likely
being
going
tied
into
out.
shock.
Right, and he's going to go into shock, and then he's going to. So basically, you've probably got, if you want to do something with him, you've probably got 10 minutes before he's too
Yeah.
far gone to be rescued.
Yeah, no. I'll
And
do
then
as the
where
party
would we
says
go?
and not do something stupid.
Good.
I'll mutter a quick prayer as we pass him, though.
That's fine.
A prayer to who?
Not oral. That's a good question. Right. To Lathander, which is the god that my family follows.
Okay.
And
All
we'll
right.
go into the city.
Well, we have to approach the gate
Or, well,
first.
go to the gate. Yeah.
We need to knock.
As you approach, the gates actually start to open.
Oh, good.
Fancy.
Alright, that's better than knocking.
Mm-hmm.
We saw you coming up. You're lucky to get in. Come on in, hurry up. We're going to lock the gates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see the woman and her little boy kind of huddled in the corner, crying. She's trying to comfort him.
I'm just gonna stroll in.
Yeah, just head in quickly since they want to close the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Once everyone's in, they shut the gate.
Right.
So you can see on this map that there are a couple of places labeled.
Nope.
We don't
Triglio.
see any of the labels.
Oh,
yeah,
you don't- oh,
you'd have to
ha.
move the labels from the DM layer to the map layer.
Well, I did not notice that. Okay. Never mind. So you don't see labels. So I
We
will
don't say
tell
shit.
You can
I will
go
tell you-
displaying labels as
it's
needed.
fine. This building right here is the general store. Okay. This building right here is called the Luskin Arms. It's an inn right here, kind of in front of these docks.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a tavern right here. And you know this because when the guard let you in the gate, he told you that the tavern's down there, and he kind of gave you directions down this street, down that street, to here, and that the inn, most common inn that strangers stay in, is here. He can tell that you're strangers, of course. And he said the general store is here. They're closing up pretty soon because he could see all of the things that you're carrying. So it's kind of up to you whether you want to go to the general store first or to the inn, or what you want to do.
I mean, we could sell the meat to the inn, but we might get.
We can treat meat a lot easier than we can treat.
Yeah. It's not
furs.
gonna rot overnight. It's freaking
Especially
cold
not
out.
in this cold.
Not
And
not in this.
I don't think we should go to the general store now because if they're just about to close up, then they'll probably just be annoyed that someone came in at the end of the day.
I mean, either that or they might be interested in buying the winter wolf fur if we're interested in selling it. Because
Yeah.
you never say no to fur.
I mean, yeah, we could maybe trade it for already prepared cloaks and things.
Yeah,
Or
I would
something
say
of
go there
sorts.
because, like, sure, we skinned it, but tanning.
You still have to definitely tan it before you can actually actively use it. And I don't think that
Yeah.
the inn would be appreciative of us arriving with things that are
Yeah, all right.
still bloody and not,
All right, to the general store.
I
then.
mean, they might appreciate some fresh meat at least.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the fur is gonna get sold.
But the fur is
better.
gonna
Yeah,
get
no, not the
mhm.
fur.
Especially since if we
Let's
go
head to
are
the store.
inside, yeah.
So where are you going?
General store.
Okay.
Or
to get rid of
Okay.
the as much of the fur as we can.
So this building right here.
Yep.
Okay. So that general store is called the Triglio. And when you walk in, there is a human man who is kind of straightening up the tables and all of the wares that he has out. It is definitely a more general store versus like something that specializes in weapons or anything like that. I'll just have to get in the habit of
Ah, I
typing
spelled it right.
the names of things in there. So they basically have general goods in the most vague sense of the word. So there's not a ton of great weapons, there's not a ton of great armor, but there are a lot of general winter type goods, lots of woolen blankets, lots of you know, different items that you can use to try to preserve food and things like that. The man is a human, and you notice when you start talking to him that his left hand looks like it has been injured at some point, and he doesn't use it very much. But otherwise, he's just kind of walking around, straightening up the shelves. When you come in, he sort of looks at you and just kind of nods and keeps doing whatever it was that he was doing.
I'll nod in return and start to approach because I know that people who work in retail do not like people who futz around near the end of the store. So it would be more appreciated if we came up, stated our business, and got out. And I'm gonna let him know that we ran into a group of wolves on the way here, and we have some furs if he'd be interested in trading for them. And I would particularly show off the winter wolf fur, or the winter wolf pelt, because that's the best one we've got.
So you're trying to sell it to him, or what's your
Sell it, or if not that, find where we can get it tanned, so that it can be then sold or used.
okay? Well, I mean, I could tan it for you, but I can't really turn it into anything. But I can buy it from you if you are just trying to get rid of it. He kind of looks bitter up and down. Kind of, where'd you say you killed this thing?
It was about 2 hours out the road.
East of here.
He looks over at Oryx and, you two aren't from here, it looks like.
No.
Nope.
You kill this big wolf by yourself?
Well,
We had help.
our group killed it.
I punched it
Five
in the
of us
nose.
did.
Do you have a bigger stick? I want a rapier.
A bigger stick. He kind of looks at Ember. So how much are you looking to sell the wolf skin for?
That is a good question.
I mean, you're from around here. Wouldn't you know how much fur goes
Yeah.
for?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, that's a fair question to ask out of character as well, because Bitter would really well. Actually, Bitter knows more about trade, good for good, and that kind of thing.
I
Maybe we could
mean,
stock up on rations and.
Well, and
Stuff.
we do have the meat that
Torches.
we are going to need to preserve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold out. I don't know how much preserving you need.
Yeah, do you really want to carry around a chunk of ice?
I'm just saying.
It's only going to get heavier.
Drying it properly and making sure that it's good for travel is pretty important.
yeah, kind of just sticking it in the snow will keep it good for one night, but if you stick it in the ice for too long, it just gets freezer burned.
Yep.
Well,
Still
they'll
edible.
spoil eventually.
Um,
We're gonna make some wolf jerky out of it.
I mean, that was the plan.
Jerk.
They were jerks. They tried to eat us. We'll now eat them.
Yep, I've totally heard that that's how it works out in the wilderness.
I mean,
So, I'll offer you 5 gold pieces for that big fur.
does he look like he's hoodwinking us? Like taking us for everything we're worth?
I mean, you can roll an insight check.
Him.
Does he look like he's hoodwinking us, taking us for everything we're worth?
He
For
he
those
doesn't.
listening, that was a nat 20.
He's making you an honest offer.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, but does he
does
believe that's
not,
what it's worth, or does he believe?
I mean, it has to be worked, it has to be cleaned, it has to be tanned, it has to be prepped, it has to be turned into something wearable. You know, it has a lot of work
He's
that
taking
needs
a
to
lot
be
of the
done on
production
it.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
It's after parts and
That's-
labor.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that is
Remember,
that
we're
is
selling
mostly
raw
fair.
material.
Yeah, I know. All right. That
I'm
sounds
just looking
fair
a
enough.
bit shocked.
Yes, princess. This is how the world works. And I'm gonna look back to him and be like, I'd also like to buy some.
If you'd rather trade, I could trade with you.
I honestly would prefer it, but I don't know how the rest of the group would.
Trade will get us
And I'm
better.
gonna look at them raising eyebrows. We will need things to preserve the food that we've got.
Things to preserve food, I would say extra torches.
Lanterns.
We can't rely on a magic light.
I still want to buy a rapier.
Well, that's on
Honestly,
you,
if you
and
have a
it's also
rapier or
expensive.
some other similar weapon.
Do you
He
even know how
doesn't.
to use a rapier?
I will.
He
It's
doesn't.
just got to be like a long dagger, right?
No, it's not.
He doesn't sell weapons other than things like axes and
Okay.
Okay.
Things
Yeah.
that also could double as like
Tools.
logging tools.
Yeah. A pound of salt costs. This isn't him telling you. A pound of salt costs 5 copper in general. Up here though, up here things are a little more expensive, right? But in general, a pound of salt would cost 5 copper and would be enough to preserve probably 10 pounds of meat, maybe, if you did it right. So for every 10 pounds of meat that you have, you'd need 5 copper worth of salt.
And
So,
how much? You said we had enough for
Yeah.
4 small wolves worth of meat and 1 large wolf worth of meat.
yeah, so I mean, you did a very quick field dressing of that animal,
Uh-huh.
so right now it still has bones and whatnot. It's
Yep.
it's not like you chopped it into,
We
steaks.
needed it to be able
Okay.
to move.
You need to be able to
So-
move.
We haven't butchered it yet.
So if you actually butcher it down, you'll probably need 5 pounds of salt.
Okay,
I mean,
so
there's
that'd be,
quite a bit of meat
Mhm.
that's usable.
So we'd need the salt, probably maybe an extra pack to like,
and
or
All it.
couple of packs to carry all of
and
that
the
in.
good wrapping to keep it, like if there's any
Yeah, some
treated
kind of like,
parchment or something
To
to
store
keep
it.
it. Yeah.
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 So we could trade the pelt for the materials needed to properly treat and
To
sort.
properly preserve, and if there was anything left over, perhaps a bit more rations on top of that.
Rations and torches.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe a little bit extra salt, because we're going to probably kill things as we travel too. We might as well have at least a bit extra so we can preserve more if we need to, even if it's
We just have to be
extra
careful
pounds.
because salt is kind of on the heavier side. Well, like
salt's pretty
it's
heavy.
it's by the pound.
I mean, it's
Um,
also relatively cheap.
Yeah.
So
You said he has
can always ditch it if we needed
utilitarian
to.
stuff. Does he have arrows for hunting?
He does have arrows and bows, pretty cheap bows actually.
My bow's fine, but
yeah.
yeah, I would like to grab like maybe another quiver of arrows.
Yeah.
Do you have as a backup?
Also, since we're talking about it, just so you know, let me just make a note to myself here. Um, if you spend 24 hours in the cold without being in an inn or in an enclosed, protected house, you have to eat twice as much
Mm.
as you would
Hmm.
normally eat in order to maintain your temperature
temperature.
and your muscle
Mhm.
mass. Okay. So you're going to be going through quite a bit of food, and that also counts for any pack animals or sled dogs or anything that you have. It's going to become really expensive to feed all of you.
Yeah.
So yeah. So my point is the point about taking a little bit of extra salt, even if it's heavy, is well made because
Because
We're
I mean,
gonna need all the food we can get.
you're going to need all
even
the
if
food.
we don't outright hunt and kill more wolves or anything, I can find scavenge for food and hunt smaller game
Mm-hmm.
just because of my background. But we still need
Mhm.
ways to preserve it and
Yeah.
And if
The
nothing
other
else,
thing-
it has flavor.
The
Mhm.
other thing I was wondering, would they have tents built for this cold weather? Something that would give us better shelter in when we're on the road?
So there is cold weather gear that they sell here. Um, it's, I mean, it's basically going to, some of it's high quality, some of it's not as high quality. Uh,
Because
you know,
the stuff we got for like free at character creation is just what we're
Standard.
wearing.
Clothing.
mhm,
Mhm.
Did
right.
it include like a winter
I assumed
bedroll?
that each of you have, when you first entered this area, you have done something to get yourself cold weather clothing,
Okay.
just as a
Yeah.
rule.
Mhm.
What
As a
Because the thing is,
precaution.
yeah, once you come into this area, you're not going to survive very long without cold winter
Mm.
clothing. So,
yeah.
winter cold weather clothing weighs 5 pounds and costs 10 gold, but you created that for yourself, whether you traded for it or made it yourself or what have you.
Or worked
Because
for it.
yeah, Bitter and Oryx already had that,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Snowshoes, by the way, cost 2 gold and weigh 4 pounds. So things have a lot of weight in this
Yeah.
environment that are necessary for you for a while. Um, Basically, cold weather clothing is a heavy fur coat or cloak over layers of wool clothing, a fur lined hat or hood, some eye protective goggles, and fur lined leather boots and gloves, basically, so that none of your skin is exposed. As long as it remains dry, it helps you basically automatically succeed on saving throws against the effects of extreme cold. So if you're not naturally able to withstand the effects of extreme cold, you absolutely have to have cold weather gear.
Mhm.
Hmm.
They also sell crampons for the bottom of your shoes that allow you to get better traction on ice, basically.
Mm-hmm. Those are
Um,
lifesavers, I'm just gonna
they,
say.
they are, yes, I know.
Literally.
Yeah, yeah, and then snowshoes, of course. So yeah.
Apparently, we already got snow today. It was fitting to start Rime of the Frost
There
Maiden
you go.
today.
Yeah.
We shouldn't get snow until after Halloween, as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm.
Luckily, the ground's not frozen yet. It melted pretty quick.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is we trade the furs for what we need to preserve the meat and carry the meat. A quiver of arrows, so that's 20 arrows plus the quiver, which I think is like 1 gold worth. Um,
Mhm.
and the packs to carry the meat and the extra salt with.
If you want to trade him the winter wolf pelt, some pieces of the smaller wolf pelts that you have,
Mhm.
and probably a little bit of the meat, he'll trade you all the stuff that you're asking for.
Okay, that's fine.
So he'll
That's
take
fair
five
enough.
5 pounds of meat and the pelt and the smaller pelts.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll give you, how much salt are you going to get?
So salt for the amount of meat we have, plus
could-
maybe
yeah.
5 extra pounds.
Okay. So so let's say 10 pounds of salt.
Yeah. 10 pounds of salt, 20 arrows in a quiver.
Okay.
And the bags to carry it in, because we'll need a couple of backpacks, extra like packs.
Okay. Okay. He will trade you that with no problem.
Excellent.
And didn't you say some torches as well?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some torches as well.
Just in case.
Just so we keep
so we
a
don't.
high stock of those.
Yep.
So how many? I have 0 torches. I don't really need torches.
Maybe like 5, one for each of us.
Yeah.
So 10 torches.
Well, I've got 10 of my own, so I can.
You've got 10 of your own. Okay.
Are we
I'd
going?
just
Alright.
rather make sure we have a lot of them if we're going to be out in the wilderness.
Oh, I
Okay,
agree.
so 20 arrows, 10 torches, 10 pounds of salt,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And some packs.
and some packs.
You mentioned
Okay.
tents earlier.
Tents
Yeah, I don't
would
know how much
probably-
an outdoor tent would be worth.
It would be a bit.
Yeah, I mean you're talking about he in fact doesn't have any high quality
Mm-hmm.
outdoor gear other than
Yeah.
the clothing. So you're probably talking about, let's see, regular tent is 2 gold for a 2-person tent. You're probably talking about at least 5 times that for a heavy
Yeah, okay.
yeah, so
But
but
he
won't-
doesn't
he
have
won't
that.
that part of the trade. So if you want one of
Yeah.
those, you'll have to,
But does he have a heavy tent?
not a high quality one.
Not a high quality. Does he? Can he like?
Point us to somebody
Point
who
us
did
to-
that
yeah.
we can go to like the next day.
So, since the winter has gotten real bad, we don't get a lot of caravans coming in, so probably the best place to get one of those would be Bryn Shander,
Okay.
which is down the trail and about 3-4 miles away. You can easily get there in a day.
All right. Well,
So
that will have
something
to
we
be.
can worry about later.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
guessing that's going to be the same for if we wanted sleds and pack animals.
Yeah.
Way more money for something like that.
So-
That'd be a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sleds, I mean, it's the dogs that's real tough. There's only really three good breeders here in the 10 towns. You'd have to, well, Bryn Shander's got a good one, and then East Haven and Dugan's Hole both also have some have some dog trainers and whatnot, and that dogs are pretty expensive though, but yeah, they are really good to travel with if you need to carry a lot of stuff long distance.
Yeah, it might be something we'll have to look into. I'll handle that. Okay. Well, good to keep in mind. Do you know like a ballpark of what a sled and
Well, sleds are pretty cheap because they're really just some frames, but maybe 25, 30 gold, but the dogs, they're probably 50, 60 gold a piece, and you're going to want to get at least 2 per sled,
yeah,
because
that is
otherwise
expensive.
they're not they work real hard, but they got to rest a lot, so you have to get a big sled team for your sled.
Well, I guess that's something we'll have to look into once
walking for now.
Yep. It's as long as you're careful, it's not that terrible.
Okay.
Anyways, thanks for your business. We should probably get going and let you close.
Yeah, thanks. We try to close a little bit early, on the new moon, because everybody's watching. So you have a place to stay
Have a good
tonight?
night, then.
Well,
We'll be looking for one directly.
Well, you can
And
go
to
to
the
the
inn.
you can go to the Leskin Inn, the Leskin Arms Inn. They're okay over there. And then there's, if you're looking for a drink, my friend owns the Three Flags. You can go down there and get some ale. Pretty good.
I think we've traveled enough today. We just need to rest now.
we'll worry about drinks tomorrow.
Oh, okay then.
Okay,
All right.
fine.
She sounded so disappointed.
Wait. Fine, let's go to the inn then.
I'm sure you can get some mulled wine at the inn.
Ugh.
Wine? Bitter's just gonna give this look like, you really are a summer child, aren't you?
That's what you get in winter, isn't it? Just heated wine, so it's nice and warms you up from the inside. Plus some soup. Oh god, I'm ready for some soup. Let's go.
There's probably a good stew.
After you leave, he bars the door and locks it. You could tell as soon as you leave, he
Yep,
shuts
he's
it.
like, no more people. Like I said, we shouldn't
That's why
linger
Sig
in
was
that
like,
place.
let's get out of here. Alright, so we going to the tavern or the inn? Because they're in two different directions.
The inn.
The inn.
Even if we wanted to get a drink at the tavern, we need to get rooms first.
Okay, so the inn is down
Okay.
here. It's called the Luskin Arms Inn.
Are there
It's pretty
stairs
easy.
down that incline, or do we have to go all the way north around it?
Well, so right now you're actually right here. So
Oh yeah,
you're just gonna kind of go down this
Right.
main road.
I
Yep.
forgot.
Exactly.
And where was the tavern?
The tavern's right here.
Yep, it's pretty far down
That's the inn. I was talking about the
Oh, the
tavern.
tavern is right here. So
Okay.
it's actually closer to where you are.
Yeah. But I don't want to sleep in the. I don't want to sleep with the dogs. So let's go to the inn and try to get a room first.
there. Mhm.
Okay.
Dogs will be warmer than you are. Better company, too.
I'm just gonna pretend I
Wow.
didn't hear that.
That's nice. Doesn't change the fact you did hear it.
Bitter's just kind of pushing up my scarf to hide my grin because it's like, oh, I like you.
Look, if you dislike this so much, you can go back home.
I can't.
Oh, that's too bad. Neither can I.
I trip Addie.
I ate in that trip.
Addie, I need a dexterity saving throw.
We'll be nice and we'll actually trip you into a snowdrift instead of onto the...
Oh,
Jump over it.
totally jumped over it.
I'm gonna try to hide it. Can't lie to save my life. I really can't hide that I was gonna do that.
That's fine. I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then I'm gonna use create water to freeze a patch of
Oh, you.
snow right
It's
in
just
front of
mean to the
Ed.
people who are gonna come later.
It'll...
I'm also wearing
never said-
spiked boots, so.
It's not gonna melt. You were gonna say it'll melt. It's not gonna melt.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say it was gonna melt.
You're gonna fuck over the next person who comes down. Let's not do that.
Fine.
Besides, we're wearing spiked boots, so that's not going to be an issue because we've been traveling, but someone in the city is less likely to be that prepared for ice.
I'm also gonna point out if it's flat ice, newly fresh ice that doesn't have grooves in it, those fucking spikes do nothing. You can't dig into them yet. I'm just pointing that out.
Well, it depends on
The
how
spikes
thick
are
the ice
good
is.
when the ice is.
I can do it up to 5 feet.
Yeah, let's not fuck over the locals.
Fine.
So you get to the Arms Inn.
Eventually.
Moving on.
Despite our
And,
best interests.
You see that the sign above the door says the Luskin Arms, the oldest. What does it say? It says the oldest pub in 10 towns. That's what it says. And there's a little picture of a mug of ale and like a spear.
All right, I like this place. Let's go in.
See, it's a. Usually inns have pubs. Anyways.
It's not like you can't get ale.
When you walk in, if you've been to Luskin, and I believe that Addie, Sig, and Ember probably all have been to Luskin. Probably Oryx and Bitter have not. If you've been to Luskin, you immediately recognize that the inside of this inn looks like it has been patterned after a well-maintained tavern in Luskin from 200 to 300 years ago. Like, it's as if it's the difference between sort of walking into right now today. If we were to go walk into a library that was built last year, it would look very modern with big glass windows and cubicle style things, and the shelves would be different. There'd be a bunch of computers around. Whereas if you were to go walk into a library that was built 500 years ago and still maintained much of its
Those
initial
don't exist here.
I'm just saying, right? Like if that was, imagine the difference there. So when you walk into the Luskin Arms, that's kind of what it's like. Really obvious to you if you've been to Luskin that this is patterned after the old Luskin rich tavern, region in that town, and that's how it is decorated, and that's how it's sort of apportioned out in that way. So you immediately recognize that. But it also means that it hasn't really been updated, right? It also looks just really old. So. But do we want to take a break? Because I need to go get some tea.
Yeah, we can take a
So
break there.
maybe-
All
That's
right,
fine.
sure.
Woohoo.
We'll be right back.
Doo-doo.
Herb.
And we're back.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is DM Samuel again, and we are here with Endless Night, Rime of the Frostmaiden, and our intrepid party has just stepped into the Luskan Arms Inn in Targos after making a great deal with the proprietor of the Triglio. And now they are looking for a room, I think, and maybe some ale or something. Now, I do need to tell you, I described it to you as a place that looks like it was decorated 200 years ago and has not been updated since, and like it was from Luskin, etc., etc. I also need to tell you, it's quite obviously very cold in this room compared to, for example, when you walked into the general store, the Triglio. Um, well, it was inside, so it was already warmer than it had been outside in the air.
Mhm.
The Luskan Arms has such creaky floorboards that are not together very tightly that there are obvious gusts of wind coming up from the cellars below, and it makes it seem very cold in that room. There are several tables about, and probably maybe 10 patrons in there in various small groups talking to each other. And there is a short, balding human man at the bar wiping down the counter.
And here I thought places in 10 towns would be built for the cold.
Did you say that out loud?
Probably just underneath my breath as we're entering, and like it's still warmer than outside, of course, but like
It is.
it's. I was expecting blast of heat, not like
Or at
Does
least slightly comfortable?
yeah.
Does it have a fireplace?
They better.
It does have a fireplace, but it's burning pretty low and it's only really warm right around it.
I'm guessing that's where all the patrons are.
Yeah, pretty much. They're in, at the three tables.
Yeah, that's fair.
close.
Yeah, I'm tempted to use Create Bonfire to make that fire a bit bigger, but I don't think that would be appreciated.
Probably not.
Maybe ask before you do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean, it'd probably be appreciated. Just ask before you do it.
I guess. But as we go in, I will take my hood off and take my goggles and stuff off. For the first time since we've been traveling, so.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Surprise, Addie.
I just
Yeah, how
glance
does
at
Addie
him.
react to that?
I just glance at him, kind of like look up at the horns, look down at him again, and just shake my head.
And then I probably also adjust the cloak so that it's not covering my shoulders, and you probably see the flick of the tail and the obvious hooves.
I feel like those
I
would
feel
have been
like
the
you would have noticed that.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what you
I mean,
use.
it matters how long the cloak is.
Not only that, but also like, what are your
Yeah.
boots like? Like, do you wear spiked
You gotta.
boots?
It's freaking
Aha.
cold.
I mean, yeah.
Tailor-made boots.
Yeah.
I probably had my suspicions just given by the gait, because hooved cloven feet would definitely
you
have a different gait.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I would have been a tiefling, because there are other species that have cloven feet. Not very common
Definitely
ones.
not
Yeah.
human, though.
Yeah. I never said that I was human.
Yeah, which is why I said I would probably had my suspicions. Couldn't confirm anything.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I'm not saying anything. I'm just shaking my head, looking towards tavern keep or bar or whatever receptionist area there is.
Now, Ember, had you seen Bitter in their entirety?
I'd seen the horns before, but I
Mhm.
probably didn't pay attention to hooves and paid more attention to tail than Bitter would like.
Yes.
Right.
And that's probably why
Okay.
the tail was so tightly tucked under the hood to begin with. Anyway.
Well,
Yeah,
now
for
you
Sig.
notice. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
She just
Hmm?
Sig just sees him, shrugs, and is like, "That's it," because she's like, "Whatever."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Who
like
gives
you.
a shit? She has crystal hair. Nothing
Yeah.
surprises her.
That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair.
Mhm.
So now you notice though that the barkeep, the short balding gentleman that was wiping down the bar, has stopped wiping and he's just looking at you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn to him and kind of give him a nod. Wouldn't be the first time that somebody stared.
Well, because your horns are a little bit like antlers, right?
A little bit.
If no one else is, Sig is just gonna walk up to
Oh yeah.
the guy obviously in charge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was walking up to him too.
Mhm.
I'm probably pulling my
Okay,
hood down
good.
too, and like scarf, so like just a bit. Even I do like
Being able to breathe.
being able to breathe. Yeah. Yeah. So you like you probably haven't seen the like stark white hair. It has this like it almost feels like it should glow just because it seems to pick up the light. Because that's like the Eisenmar feature I got.
Mm.
And I do have pointier ears, kind of like showing some kind of like half elf heritage on my non Azamar side. Though, as far as most people are concerned, Azamars just pop out at random. They're not really inherited.
Mhm.
It's a bit different for my family, but no one knows that.
Mhm.
I come from a weird family.
I mean,
Well, that's what
Mhm.
some other people say. What we say is we're a blessed family because we get so many Azamars in the family.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. I'm
Nah,
sure.
you're just a weird family.
I mean,
Uh-huh,
yes.
uh-huh.
But I mean, to be fair, every family's weird in some way.
Uh
Yep.
Oof, weird is good.
huh.
Weird is normal. If anyone says they're from a normal family, they're lying through their teeth.
I mean,
I think the
depends.
oddest thing is that like cuz my skin shows that there's like more like sun elf blood cuz it's more like a tanned color, and then you've got like the white hair because like if you see someone with white hair that's not, weird
Super
tiefling,
old.
you might think more like albino, but
Albino?
she doesn't have the albino skin or eyes. It's just the hair.
Mm.
So it kind of sticks out more just because she has like tanner skin. It doesn't help the whole nobility thing, definitely.
No.
Nah, you even walk like a noble.
You really do. So upright.
Why would I slouch? It's bad for your back.
I mean, I'll point out even Sig will stand up straight, but that's more military.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a difference between standing up straight due to military and standing up straight due to etiquette.
Usually.
Yeah.
Mostly.
So,
So,
how much is a room?
um, 3 copper. But what kind of a room are you all looking for? A big room for all of you, or
Warm?
individual rooms for each of you?
I mean, honestly, a big room for all of us is probably a better idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a room that'll fit all of you, but it costs 2 silver per night.
What if we get 2 rooms, one for the males and one for the females?
So I'm
Uh,
gonna have to deal with her on my own.
I'm not saying anything, but I am looking away with a little bit of a smirk.
Well, you are my bodyguard.
You were about to say bag carrier.
Same thing.
well, it sort of just depends on which size room that you want, really. I guess. I don't really care who's in what room.
How much
me.
for a medium-sized room is what she's asking.
How about 1 silver piece
Each or both?
per room?
Well, that's the same as the big room.
Exactly. Let's just take the big room then.
I'm fine
Does
with
that include breakfast?
For an additional fee, yes.
So it doesn't. Great. What about dinner?
For an additional fee,
For
yes.
for an additional fee, we do serve dinner at the inn.
Great. Love this place.
How much
Why,
for all of
thank
us?
you. I've been working here for a long time. I own this place. My name is Owen Tarsinel. Owen Tarsinel. That was smooth, right? My name's Owen. How are you? Where are you from? I could tell that none of you are from here.
Yeah, down south.
Quite a bit far down south.
South. In Luskin?
Not specifically, but I can tell.
Most
that
recently,
the,
yes.
Do you recognize this? And he kind of goes behind the counter and he pulls out like this shield that's a crest of one of the common merchant families in Luskin.
Oh my
And he
gosh.
sets it down. Or how about this? And he pulls out like this little wooden barrel, and it has like a stamp of an old ale maker in Luskin. Oh, and then there's this one. And he pulls out, and he keeps pulls out 5 or 6 things.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just
From
like,
the-
oh yes, I feel right at home.
Got a lot of history here.
Why, thank you. I really appreciate it when folks come in and they like the decor. I
You
appreciate it.
originally from Luskin?
No.
You ever been down to Luskin?
Yeah, I was there one time, and I met my wife there, and she faithfully recreated this place
Ah,
after I.
interesting. Well, I suppose we'll take the big room then.
Very well. It's up the stairs on the left. Don't go to the one on the right. Somebody's already in that room. The door's unlocked. There's keys on the table in there.
Okay.
Do you want some food yet?
Yeah, I think food would be good.
All right. We have knucklehead trout stew, knucklehead trout grilled, knucklehead trout broiled, knucklehead trout smoked, and then we also have just non-knucklehead trout stew with no meat in it.
I'll have the
I'll take the
knucklehead
stew with me.
too.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep, the stew with meat sounds pretty
Soup.
good.
How
Stew
can you
coming
stew
around.
without meat?
Well,
That's just like
only
water.
because some people don't want to eat any knucklehead trout anymore.
Well,
All right, I'll give him that.
How can you be sick of fish?
Well, that's kind of all
Not
we eat
everyone's
now.
a cat.
Well, I know you're not perfect, but ugh, what a horrible existence.
Go ahead and have a seat, and I'll bring out the soup for you.
How
As
about
soon as
ale? Do you got ale?
Sure. What size cup would you like? There's this one, and he pulls out a little cup. And then there's this size. It's a little bit bigger. And then he pulls out about 6 different sizes.
I'll point
The
to
last
the
one
second.
is
Considering who I'm traveling
big.
with,
Yes.
considering who I'm traveling with, I'm gonna go for the big one.
All right.
I roll my
One for-
eyes and I go,
for
I'm
each
gonna
of
I'm gonna
you?
go upstairs for a bit. Check out the room.
Very well.
All right.
He pours a bunch of big mugs, when like huge. They're like
Oh, glorious.
they're like pitcher size.
Oh my god.
Oh, before I go up, I just like pause and go, do you have like mulled wine or maybe some spiced ale?
We have knucklehead trout ale and knucklehead trout wine.
Oh my god, I love this guy.
like that. It's got a nice smoky flavor of the trout, but it's in the wine. It's real nice. It's gentle. I'll get you some. And he goes back. Goes back to-
You
I
chose
love
to
it.
travel here. You're gonna have to enjoy the local cuisine. Have fun.
I just have this like horrified look as I go up the stairs.
I don't even bother to hide my grin, and I do have a bit of a fang.
I like this place.
I do too.
I like
Just this like
owner.
horrified look as I just like silently go up the stairs. Like, okay, well, I
This is
guess
going to
that's
be
happening.
fun.
so
Honestly,
who
after traveling with her for a while, I'll take any fucking ale.
Right.
is Addie the only one going upstairs?
You know, I have a pretty big pack, so I guess I can go up to put it down, and then I'll come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I'll
sit
stay.
down.
Yeah, I'm staying down here.
What's
I'll
Oryx
stay
doing?
down here.
Okay.
I'll stay down here, but he's gonna sit. He's gonna sit as much as he wants to warm up. He's gonna sit like I guess is kind of nearer to the door, like whatever table we're picking out. He's gonna sit the chair nearest to the door
Okay.
and away from the crowd of people.
So the room upstairs is it's not huge. You've seen bigger rooms,
Oh, definitely.
but yeah, I mean, Addie of course has seen.
This is about
Addie,
the size of
this
your
is like
powder room.
this is like the waiting room, like you know that how they have like the waiting room before you get into the main
The
bedroom,
bedroom,
of,
yeah.
like it's like that. So it has
Hey, that's
along
still
the edge,
bigger than I expected. I was honestly thinking you were gonna go like, this is like the servant's room.
no. It because it has multiple little like it
Yeah.
has bunk beds almost all the way around, and then in the middle of the room there's a round table, and then there's like a dresser kind of armoire type piece of furniture against the wall on either side of the door. So it's not huge, but it's not tiny.
Yeah.
But the floorboards are just as rickety and misaligned and everything as the ones downstairs. Um, and you could see some of the walls are wood, and you could see where some of the knots of the wood that it was built out of have been knocked out. So there's little holes in the wall, and yeah, it's just not it's not the most
Well
luxurious
maintained.
place that you've ever been in.
Yeah.
There is a large so on the table there's a set of keys. There's 3 keys to the door, and then there's also a smaller key that looks like it goes to like a chest or a trunk, a traveling trunk, and there is a lockable traveling trunk in there that is open and empty, I suppose, or you suppose, so that you could store some things in it,
Yeah.
and lock it if you wanted to.
Okay. So I go in. I don't really realize I'm being followed at the moment, at least. Chuck most of my traveling gear and outer mess of clothing, and then just like grab the keys and start putting one of the inner packs of my pack inside the thing that can be locked. And then I go to lock it, probably as Bitterfrost is entering.
I mean, probably as you notice me entering.
Sure.
I likely had been hanging out by the door. But I'll probably go straight to one of the beds and put my own pack down on it.
Okay.
And then I'll just take a moment to straighten up a bit.
He cleans.
Little bit. Little bit.
Nerd.
I look up from where I'm locking it. Do you have any valuables you want to lock in here? Tiefling.
My name is Bitterfrost, princess. And I have what valuables I need on me.
Alright, suit yourself. Lock it. The key away. I didn't know.
Roll me a perception check.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no.
$12.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alright. I didn't know tieflings came in such pale colors.
It depends on what we were descended from.
Suppose. Mostly used to the redder varieties.
Yes, well, you won't find any of those here.
Yes. That means less
Awkward
fire
silence
coming from you.
ensues. I can do some fire, but not devil fire.
Interesting.
And my magic is my own. I'm not borrowing it.
Okay. What's that supposed to mean? I'm an archer.
Warlock.
I'm an archer as far as you're concerned. I haven't done any magic. Well,
Yes, you have.
Wow.
Yes, you
Yeah, you have.
have.
the light spell I used.
No, not that.
No, you use
not
Eldritch
that.
Blast.
You use
Healing.
healing light.
Mm.
Yeah. Could be a
And
cleric.
it's either you borrowed it from a god, which I'm already kind of about, or you borrowed it from something else.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Asmars can heal. That's just how it goes.
Right.
Not that much at level 1.
Hey, not
Do you
everyone knows how
do you know
Asmars
that
work.
from downstairs?
No, I'm just saying.
Hey, not everyone knows how Asmars work or how healing works. Maybe I'm a cleric. Archer.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. I'm just gonna turn around and start walking towards the door downstairs.
I'll follow.
Okay. As the two of you get back downstairs, you see that Owen has brought out. He's put these big, huge bowls in front of Ulrix and Ember and Sig,
So
and there's one there for Bitter. And then he looks over and he sees Addie and he says, "Oh, great! I'm glad you're here. Have a seat. Have a seat." And then he runs back and then he comes back out and he's got this little mini bowl. It looks like a little cauldron, a little black witch's, but it's only up like 2 or 3 inches across, and it has a little tiny ladle in it, and
Oh my
and
God.
he's carrying it by the little thin, metal handle, and he's kind of trying to walk really fast and not run because he doesn't want to spill it, and then he pulls out of his sort of apron pocket. He pulls this little cup and he sets it down and he sets the cauldron in front of you and he kind of waits.
I look inside the cauldron.
So as you sort of put your head over it, this smell of fish and grapes sort of wafts
God.
Oh no.
up to your nose. And he says, "This is Knucklehead mulled wine. It's glorious. Try some. And he's kind of waiting for you
Well,
to take a sip.
yeah, I'll take the cup, fill it, try not to sniff.
I'm just taking my cup of ale and
It's just like, yeah, well, just like, this isn't gonna taste good. I'm not gonna do the whole tasting wine thing I've been taught. I'm just throwing it down. Just swallowing as much as I can without tasting it.
He says, "Oh, it goes down better than whiskey, doesn't it?"
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
It tastes like you're drinking fish water.
Yeah,
You're drinking
kind of figured.
the remains of a nice fishy broth.
Like, it doesn't even taste like wine with fish. It's just...
Yeah,
I need to know. Are you making faces or are you like at least trying to be polite?
Hold on, give me a second.
So it does have like a couple of the mulling spices in it,
Uh-huh.
right? So
Yeah.
it has like a little it has like a little piece of anise or some sort of like kind of all weather spice.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite taste right with a fish, but
Oh my
I'm
God.
too busy trying not to laugh.
Look, I've been bred to, like, take whatever has been given to me and act diplomatically, so I'm just, like, swallowing this. interesting. I've never tried anything quite like it before.
Oh,
so
I'm
he
so
seems to really like it.
I'm so glad you like it. I'm so my wife will be so happy that finally someone likes it. Let me get you the recipe. Oh, it's so wonderful.
Oh, Owen,
He
Owen,
rushes
Owen,
off.
Owen, bring
Yes.
back 2 more.
Excellent. I will do so. And he runs off.
I
Some of
just
the
enjoy my ale.
some of
Me
the
too.
patrons- some of the patrons from some of the other
Same.
tables are now like watching and
Probably odd looks and a couple snickers.
shaking their head and yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there, going like, God, I wish I had prestidigitation.
I do too, because I would make everything you eat taste like
Taste
this
like
trout.
For that, I'm glad you
Magic
can't do
users?
that.
Do we have 3 magic users
think
with no
so.
prestidigitation?
I think so.
I mean, closest I've got is shape water.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I
I don't even think we have mage hand, do we?
Nope.
Nope. I'm curious, Sam. Would you allow shape water to be used on things that are liquids but not water, or just water?
Let me read it.
It just
Is
says
it
a thing of water.
It says a thing of water. Let me think for a second.
Okay. It's no big deal.
I'm hoping the
Also-
stew tastes better since that's supposed to taste like fish.
So,
I would-
Addie, you're doing a great job at being polite and not just like chucking your cookies. And I rolled so abysmally low on insight that I think you like this. So I bought 2 drinks, one for me and one for you, because it smells of fish, and you seem to love it.
I mean, let's be real here. Ember's probably gonna love it.
Oh yeah, that's why I got one.
I think that the water that's in the wine is probably in a high enough content that the shape water could
Excellent.
affect it.
Excellent.
Oh
Next
my
time
God.
she goes to take a drink of it, it's gonna look like a fish head.
I just like look at this, put it down again, just stare at Bitter across the table.
The fish head's just
don't
gonna
worry.
kind of.
Came here.
Don't worry, new friend. This one's on me.
Oh, sorry. And then I'm gonna make the fish head flop into the water like a fish that jumped out of cup and back into it.
God.
So, what are you gonna do? You're now.
Do we have the stew?
Yeah,
We-
he brings some more out. He brings food out. He keeps your drinks filled. You know,
Nice. Nice.
he's just so damn thrilled that somebody likes that mold knucklehead
because
trap.
nobody else
Finally, you can
wanted
find a cell
anything to
phone
do
with
No,
with
it.
it.
2 people do.
Yeah.
Let's be real here with Ember.
I mean,
2
I
people.
think after starting with the like knucklehead soup, it's just it's a spicier, watered down version of the soup. It's fine. I kind of get used to it.
Yeah.
Orcs are just. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it starts just permeating everything, right?
Yeah,
Like
no, it's just
the
pretty much the
taste
same.
is
As long as I
constant.
don't like mentally say this is supposed to be wine, it's like whatever. I can drink it. It's tastes like fish. It doesn't taste like wine, but
You're the one who wanted wine and not ale.
Oryx has got his bowl of stew. He literally just kept a whole bowl and just drinking from the bowl. And if he sees anybody using a spoon, he just like.
Yeah.
oh yeah, no,
While-
I'm daintily eating with a spoon.
While
Yeah, he's like-
While
I'm
Bitter
not
is
like-
not.
dainty, I'm freaking hungry. I'm
He
still
picks up-
using the spoon though.
He picks it up from from the wrong end, like. Goes back to drinking right from the bowl.
Yep.
I mean, Ember looks
Yes.
over at Oryx and goes, "Okay, laugh, laugh, laugh."
Yeah.
See, if the locals don't use spoons, that means I don't need to use a spoon.
While Bitter is not as enthusiastically slurping at it. He is definitely drinking from the bowl instead of using a
See,
spoon.
all the locals don't use spoons. That means I don't need to use a spoon.
Yeah, Sig just looks at Oryx when he tries to use a spoon and is like, seriously, if you're more comfortable not using the spoon, just eat your food. Who gives a damn, as long as it's eaten.
Sure, I guess.
Oh, unless you want to savor it like her.
Uh-huh.
Another fish head in your cup.
I mean, honestly, I'm just glad we have warm food.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Addie, I also need a Constitution save.
Oh boy.
That's a good
That
will.
was fantastic.
I'm looking forward to this.
17.
Oh.
Why? Why are you rolling so well, Carly? It's not fair.
You can tell that the alcohol content on this mulled knucklehead trout wine is really high. So you're not sure like what the actual foundation for the wine is because wine is not that alcoholic.
Yeah.
So something about this wine is not wine.
Might
Can
be
I
whiskey.
try to detect like what kind of spirit is used?
Sure.
What would that be?
Probably
Drinking
in
slowly.
nature, nature, or maybe a medicine check, even if you knew
Okay.
anything.
I know more
common
about nature than
proficient
medicine,
first.
so
Are you
do
sure?
not.
There you go.
You absolutely don't.
there's the
Oh my
bad
God.
roll. You know, it's just like I'm trying to say savor it just to tell the like spirit, and it's just like fish. Fish is the spirit. That's all I'm getting. Fish. Great. Awesome.
It's
Fish.
fermented fish.
Fermented
probably.
fish.
Oh.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh my god. It's lutefisk wine.
Yes.
I just go back to my soup and try not to drink too much of this thing.
Okay there, Pie.
The Minnesotan in me is going, why would you do that?
I love it.
So the evening passes. You all finish eating and all of that. Is there anything that you would like to do before you retire to your room?
Oryx will look at
Make sure to
Sigrid.
finish all my damn ale.
Yeah. At some point, Oryx will ask Sigris, "You're a Dow blood as well. I see. I didn't think there were others like us from
Huh?
other lands." Referring to Sigris being an Earth Genasi as well.
Oh, yeah. My whole family is back south.
My family here is, well, they don't have a place. Our tribe wanders from all over these lands, but I never thought I would see any others, especially from other places. It's good to know that we're not alone.
Nah, you aren't. I've seen quite a few Genasi in my travels. The city I'm from, people from all over show up. I've seen tons of different Earth Genasis, all the other elements too. Get a bit of everything.
There's only a few of us in my group. We keep together. It's good to have fellows up here.
Don't mind me asking why you're traveling with non-fellows then.
Well, your friend,
Don't
don't
call
know.
her that.
Your companion hired me to guide her
Job.
through this same. I mean, it's been some time since I've seen my own family. Been out wandering on my own for a while, trying to find answers. Mostly, our herds have been.
I hope you find them soon.
So do I. He may not have much time left. The herds we follow have been dying, trying to find the cause of what causes this.
I hope you can find some answers soon and get back to your people. I'm sure they miss you like you miss them.
Well, I'm kind of listening to the conversation at our table. I'm also trying to keep an ear out for what other conversations are happening closer to the fire.
So it's funny you say that, because as Oryx was talking, there was actually someone who had been walking around one of the tables and caught something that he was saying. And the guy stops and says, "Oh, I know why." And you could tell he's had a little bit to drink. He says, "I know why. I know why you can't find the moose, the
moose.
animals that you're hunting. I know why you can't find them. I know why.
Why?
There's a white moose, and it's taking everything, and it's making it go away. It makes it go away. All the herds go away. They follow the white moose. The white moose calls them, and then they go away."
Have I ever heard stories of a white moose among my people?
No, nothing that stands out.
Do you see a white moose right now?
No, it's not here. It's up there in the Lonely Wood, they can't find the moose. They try to catch it and they can't catch it.
Is this moose kind of like the white wolves, the big ones?
No, it's a moose with horns. Like that one has horns. See him? See him right here, sitting here? He's got horns.
Yeah, he's actually a moose.
He's no, not like that, but like that. But not like that.
If we find the giant moose that's keeping the, could we sell it, or would you guys be mad at us because we found it and killed it?
No, it's taking all the tribes away, all the
So
herds.
Is it a bad guy?
Yes. It's very, very bad. Don't get involved. It's very, very bad.
I'm just taking out some paper and just scribbling some notes down.
You can write.
Oh, you're writing. So if you go up to Lonely Wood, and
Better than you had, Prissy.
If you write in your book, go to the Lonely Wood, and up there's a big moose. And the moose, it's taking all the herds away and leading them away, but nobody can find it. They need to kill it because it's causing problems. Problems. It's a big white
problems.
Big white moose. Big white moose.
Anyone tried to kill it before?
It keeps attacking the loggers. My brother was trampled, and that's what happened to him. And they keep trying to catch it, but they can't catch it. And he starts crying, "My brother got trampled, and they can't catch
all
the
right,
moose."
Buddy, all right. Just go sit down and have some more to drink, and then sleep it off. You'll be fine.
I'm gonna buy him another ale and then just shoo him away.
Can I just say, out of character, the Canadian me is horrified we have to fight a moose. Just the worst things in existence to ever encounter.
Honestly,
I can absolutely see an evil moose.
Honestly, Ember probably slings one arm over this guy and goes, "Oh, that's so sad. Why don't you tell me more about this moose and your brother?"
He will, if you take him back to his table and talk to him, he will talk to you all night. But he says the same thing over and over again. There's a big white moose. It has scared away all the herds or led them away. It depends on where he's at, right? What he says, right? And it has trampled and killed some loggers. some trappers got chased by it and attacked. And even the best hunters could not stop this thing, and they can't catch it. And several people have seen it, and several people have died, but there's no, like, it's really, I mean, he's very drunk, so it's
I'm
hard to
gonna
tell how
just
much.
after he starts repeating himself, I'm just gonna draw like a moose and give it like angry eyebrows and big pointy teeth. And be like, is this what it looks like?
He's
God.
yes, but let me add, and he tries to add antlers, like spokes on the antlers, and yeah, it's really. And then he draws a little stick figure like by it to show the size difference between the really big moose and the little man.
All right,
So,
I must tell my party so that we can hunt this beast.
a party? You're having a party?
No, we're going to have a party after we get the moose.
Okay, invite me,
Okay. What's your name?
Jonathan. Jonathan Linklock, and my brother was Thomas. Thomas Linklock. You should make sure that if you find some body, it's probably his body. Because the moose killed him, and he starts bawling again.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
Maybe let Johnny sleep already. Speaking of sleep, how about we head up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll head up.
I'm enjoying my newfound wanted poster, which is this moose with stick antlers and everything else is fleshed out, but it's got angry eyes and teeth and a little tiny stick figure next to it.
As we're heading upstairs, Sig just looks at Addie. He's like, "How's your stomach doing?"
It's fine.
See how long that lasts.
You want another cup?
I was
No.
going to say I could probably get the recipe because that stuff was really good. Do you think I should get the recipe?
I'm pretty sure we're getting the
Sigrid?
recipe. He did offer the recipe.
Sigrid, do you think I should make this as like a celebratory drink, like a special thing?
I'll admit I prefer ale, but I think a celebratory drink for you and Addie, considering you enjoy it so much, is a great idea.
Okay. You were clearly the connoisseur of drink things since you had such a large glass.
Well, I unlocked the door to our room because I absolutely locked it after we left. And when we get inside, I was like, well, there seems to be 3 keys and a little lock. So if anyone needs to put stuff in the chest, I do have the key. And I'll toss a key to Oryx and one to Sig.
Thanks. Also, Addie, which one's your bed?
Point to one, like, away from the window. Bunk bed.
I go to the opposite end of the room.
Oh. Lovely.
Listen, I'm stuck in this hellscape because of you.
I think hellscapes are much warmer. Typically, and I'm just going to go into this half lecture of the realms of hell and how they're structured and how they're not really cold like this. And
Well,
I mean, some
that
of them could be
depends.
vast, but this isn't really like a loneliness type of thing because you do see other people. So
That's nice.
But you said there was like this stuck in this hellscape, and really you're not really stuck in a hellscape. You're sort of stuck in the wilderness.
She meant a mental hellscape.
Yeah, that.
Oh, is that what it's like being a human?
I'm
Humanoid?
not human. Technically speaking, you're humanoid.
I know. I found the hell. On the other hand, I have opposable thumbs. I have thumbs.
Haven't you always had thumbs?
job.
Yeah.
That pause made me look at Ember a
So-
lot more closely.
So Ember, where you from, anyways?
Foosh. I lived in the
Alright.
basement.
Haven't. All right.
What about city? What city are you from?
Ooh, there was a wonderful library full of books and floaty books and people reading the floaty books and you could borrow them.
So
and-
Candlekeep?
Maybe that's what it was called. That many candles.
All right. It's a name. I don't think there's a lot of kids there. I've never been there.
It's more continual flame. You don't really want real candles near that much books.
It's true. But you do want to make them brighter. So I did learn how to make them brighter so that I can read at all hours of the night.
Please
Where
don't
are you
do that
from?
tonight. I'd like to get some sleep.
Where are you
Waterdeep.
guys from?
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep, you say?
Yeah, it's a huge ass city.
Uh-huh. And yeah. Are you a cleric?
No.
No, not you, the prissy one.
I'm just sitting down on the bed and
No
watching
offense.
this.
No offense to Sigrid.
I had some schooling in clerical and divine things, but I'm not a proper ordained cleric.
Divine things, you say?
Yes. Why?
Scribble.
So I'm
So,
curious, Ember, how long have you had this?
Thumbs.
How long have you had thumbs?
Right. A while?
All right. Good to know.
So where are your tutors and your princessly retainers and
I'm not a princess.
so a count or a viscount, a countess, and a lord or lady, perhaps out of character. I've run out of titles that I can think of.
Marquis,
I don't actually know what my father
Marquise.
is.
Count, Baroness. These are all things that Bitter would not know.
But lady is probably enough.
Yes. You wouldn't have to be. I mean, you said your job was to bring her back, right? Right.
Yeah.
That means that somebody wants her back because she's not
Yeah,
supposed
Daddy.
to. Oh yes. We wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Mr. Lord.
Lord, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what house did you say you were from?
I didn't.
Are you going to sacrifice us?
What?
What?
You
No.
seemed okay with the one outside.
No, I wasn't. I just didn't think it would be proper for our own safety to intervene.
You almost wanted to, though.
Yes, I did.
And I suppose you
then-
would know what would happen if you intervened with a sacrifice.
Well, considering this town probably thinks that that's what keeps them safe from the goddess that seems to be bringing this cold weather.
Whoa. you said you were from Waterdeep, and you, Sigrid, you said that you were in this hellscape with her. I've connected the dots.
No, yeah.
You connected nothing.
I've connected them.
I'm going to sleep.
I'm just flipping through other pages that I've already written on and adding things in the margins.
You're writing anyways, Ember.
Notes?
Do you have any more of those doodles?
The truth. And I'm just gonna make sure to regularly touch my papers so that I can encrypt them. Not the ones about the moose, though. So there's a bunch of doodles of tiefling and sword fights and book covers that were cool looking that I couldn't take with because they were really heavy. Trying to decide on the cover for my next book that I'm writing.
Sig is complimenting like all the doodles because honestly, like she's just so happy with Ember with the whole, oh, we'll take another drink. By the way, Ember, hellscape is just a phrase. It's not literal. I just really don't want to be in the north, like at all.
Yeah, but you're from Waterdeep. And you know they're...
Yeah.
You
What?
know, with the hell and the...
Huh? I really don't know what you're talking about.
I'm like miming horns and flapping wings.
Dragon? All right, listen, if you don't want to say anything out loud because of Addie, you could just write it down. I'm just saying.
You know, the devils.
Okay. What about them?
And I'm just going to go digging through my stuff and get a summary page so I can scribble notes and then leave it for you. I will PM you the summary you get.
Yeah, Sig is just so confused right now, but honestly, Ember's entertaining as hell.
Oryx, roll me a perception check.
Okay.
And also, once the rest of you sort of settle into bed, I need to know, I'll wait till she puts her headphones back on. I need to know, like, if your character is a light sleeper or sort of medium or heavy. In everybody.
Any of us.
Oh.
Very light sleeper.
Oryx would probably be a light
say
sleeper.
Sig.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say Sig's a light sleeper. She was used to having to be woken up pretty often.
Okay.
I'd say normally she's a bit of a like heavy sleeper, but that's assuming she's in a comfortable 4-poster bed surrounded by riches. This so she's out of her element, so that makes her on edge, which makes her a bit lighter sleeper. Probably not as light as like Sig, that like not like alert kind of light, is just uncomfortable sleeping.
Medium.
Yeah, more medium.
What about Ember?
Used to be a very light sleeper, well, with Cat, but that seems boring, and I've spent a lot of time in libraries, so now it's more of a medium sleeper.
Okay.
20 on perception.
I saw that. So, for Addie and Ember, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Look at that face.
23.
Wow.
God damn it, Karu.
16.
That's pretty impressive.
I also need one from Sig, Oryx, and Bitter, but the three of you have advantage on it. I know that's weird.
What is
Except it's
Earl
saved.
doing?
He's chasing a piece of paper,
Okay.
14.
a piece of
12.
wrapper paper.
11.
Oh my god.
Okay. So Bitter and so Ember, you sleep well the entire night. You have no problems whatsoever. You just kind of curl up and you're having no issue. Everyone else. Oh, actually, Addie, you sleep through it as well. But everyone else, Sig, Oryx, and Bitter, you are kept awake most of the night with the sound of small rodent-like creatures crawling in the walls and chewing on wood and scraping and scritching and whatever. Oryx actually has seen the rats coming in and out of the wall because Oryx laid on the ground to go to sleep. And so he's facing in a way that he can see where the two corners of the two walls where they may form a corner in one of the, and he sees furry things moving between the slats in the wall. And that is it keeps the three of you up. Ember and Addie are like out. They're just and the other three of you are not getting very good night's sleep because of the constant scritching and scratching and movement
Amazing.
of
I'd rather sleep outside.
I love how the people that had advantage on this can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's yeah.
that was to hear the sounds.
Mice is mice, and I'm not allowed to rip off the
Mm.
boards of this inn to go find them. So
I think it was better that Ember sleep through that, or else he would have just been awake waiting to pounce on it.
Or just dashing
just
all over the
sticking
room.
paws.
Like pulling the wood off the walls. To find
Zoomies
the
all
mice.
night.
Yeah.
Like this guy.
Yes.
He's
making
just
the
been,
chittering noise.
he's been running around my room chasing a piece of wrapping paper.
So what that means is the three of you have a level of exhaustion.
Ah, shit.
Ooh.
I
Oof.
knew it.
Let me just turn on.
See, that's why I
check.
chose a top bunk bed.
I would just like to point out
Mhm.
that hooves are not the easiest things to climb with.
I don't know.
Unless
Have you
it's
seen
on,
goats?
all right, unless it's on mountains. If it's trying to climb a ladder, then no.
I don't know, man. Have you seen goats? They stand on the side of basically a 90-degree wall.
So so the night passes fitfully for some of you. And at around probably what would be close to 6 a.m., right as the darkness is falling for the morning because the aurora is fading, you hear a blood-curdling scream outside on the street. It seems like it's coming from down the street. And it wakes all of you.
Is there,
Oryx immediately
is
just
there a window?
jumps up and
There's a
goes to the
window.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at the window.
You see a woman running and taking a turn down the alley. You only see her for a split second.
Is anything chasing?
Nope.
I'm gonna head downstairs,
Yep. I'm
grab my
Getting my
shit, and head down.
Yep, getting my goggles and stuff on, and then just kind of immediate.
I don't want to be left alone with Addie. I'm following.
I've just been like alert watching things from up on the bunk bed, and as I see everyone starting to put on their cold gear, I'm like, well, why? I just climb down and do likewise.
Hurry
bundling
the
them
fuck
as much as I
up!
can. Fast as I can.
So everyone's going down. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm probably the last one to leave, and I will lock the door behind me.
Okay. Down the road, probably 3 alleyways over. The exact position in this case is not necessarily important, but just on the map here, it's probably in this area over here, like right
Mhm.
here. It's so the inn that you're in is right here. It's just 2 or 3 alleys over in between some buildings. You find the body of a half-elven male, and it has had the shirt removed, and it has had a symbol carved into its chest that looks a little bit like it's kind of crudely carved, but it looks a little bit like a snowflake. The There's no blood around the body, but it's pretty obvious that the woman screamed either because she found this or she did it. I mean, it doesn't really seem like she did it. The wound does not seem fresh. If you want to make a medicine check, I can tell you more.
Sure.
I'm not getting close to the body. I'm just looking around to see if there's like any kind of like town guard that is approaching because of the scream, and looking for anyone else who's maybe peering around or looking at us or away or running away.
Roll a perception check.
And I got a 20 on the medicine.
You
Which is better than Addie can manage
Oh my
with a
God.
2 in perception.
I'm sleepy.
Ember, you can tell that the wound that was carved into this body has been frozen for at least 4 days. And the wound was carved either shortly at or right after death, and the body's been frozen for at least 2 days. It's really hard to tell, but just based on what you think you know about you have
Frost.
claws. You know what it's like when something cuts into
Fresh meat.
to skin like that. So it seems to you, and because there's no blood around, it seems like this didn't happen here, but somehow the body got deposited. And also
Did
the
it snow last night?
the throat has been slit.
Hmm.
But
It
there's
did not snow last night.
so his throat was slit, but there's no blood like pouring out of the throat anywhere
Well,
near
because
here.
it was at least a couple days prior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you'd still have like dried blood or whatever, and people would
Unless
have
it was
found
cleaned
it.
up.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to Ember that the murder did not take place right here. The body was.
Yeah.
Is that symbol
Please do.
familiar? Aside from a snowflake, is it like perhaps a
Uh,
symbol of the cult of Aril or something?
It is the symbol of Oral the Frostmaiden. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get it. I wonder if there's a picture of it here.
I'm definitely scribbling notes.
You might have a handout with the picture in, if there is such a thing, in the
Yeah, sort of, but sort of not. Let me see if I've.
There should be a folder called character. Nope. Player handouts.
Player handouts.
Yeah. So if there is
Yeah,
a handout, it would be there.
Yeah, it won't. It won't be.
Okay.
This is me bastardizing some things. So.
Ah.
But there might be something with the symbol on it. So.
Yeah.
I wanted to show you.
I mean, the Forgotten Realms wiki might have something you could use.
Yeah. Also D&D Beyond.
So I assume that there aren't any guardsmen or anything right now here.
Nope.
Not yet. No.
So I'm gonna take this little what looks like a stone out of my pack, and I'm just gonna unwrap it, and it starts making somewhat of a black flare, like it just makes a bunch of smoke. Doesn't smell like anything; it's just definitely noticeable. And I'm just gonna sort of stand and let it waft up so that guardsmen know where to show up, I guess. And as soon as I hear people, I'll stick it back in my pocket.
So you're making like a smoke signal, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. So shortly after you do that, dang it, I know there's a picture in here. It's annoying. I should have had it prepped. Oh, you know what? I know where it's at. Haha.
I was gonna say it's on the cover.
No, it's on the cover of the dice.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
So it looks like that. Carved it. Yeah, this is the dice set. It's kind of nice. It looks like that carved into. Oh, see here it is. Here it is as well. Not shiny. I don't know if you can see.
It was easier to see the
It was
first one.
easier shiny.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what it looks like, carved into the person's chest. Carved into the person's chest, and so the smoke from whatever that thing is wafts up, and they were actually coming towards you anyway. It's just that Addie didn't hear them.
Really?
So pretty much right after you pulled that stone out and started making it waft, 4 guards run around the corner and sort of pull up short as they see you standing there around this body, and 2 of them draw their short swords. All right, what's going on over here?
I'm like at the intersection away from it.
Of course.
Oh,
We heard a scream. We came out here to check. There was a body here.
body's been here. Body's been cold at least 2, maybe 4 days. Carving happened a little bit after death. Throat's been slit. There's no blood around. Let's see here. Got your symbol here. Looks like this. If you don't want to look over, it's just meat at this point. But yeah, is he one of the locals?
One of them steps forward and says, yeah, I think that looks, I gotta get my name list. That looks that looks like Malin. I think that's Malin.
Has Malin been missing?
Not that I know of. I lost my page.
We were woken by a woman screaming and running away, presumably from seeing this corpse, which is probably what brought you here.
That bloody. I don't know why she ran away.
It's still a dead
'Cause-
person. People
Yeah,
would be
finding a
shocked.
dead body.
Renan, you need to go get Scath. You need to go get Scath. Go get Scath. We need to none of you leave. We need to figure this out. We need to figure this out because this is not so good. This is not so good.
Into it.
So I take it it's not common to find bodies marked by this symbol in the middle of the night.
The what? He sort of leans over. Of course not. What do you mean? Is it common? I mean, that looks like oral symbol.
Yes.
Took
Isn't it?
another sacrifice. We just did a sacrifice last night. Oh no, we need to go see if the sacrifice is still there.
He was still there when we came in.
He
That was
tells
yesterday, though.
he tells the other guard, Jonic, go see if the sacrifice is there. Go make sure and make sure Scath is coming this way. And I don't want any of you to leave. I don't want nobody leave.
We're not leaving.
He sheaths his sword. He's kind of slowly walking around the body and just looking at it. He says, "Where does shirt go? Did you see his shirt?
Didn't have one when we came here.
He always
Just
wears
like
a
this when we
tunic.
got here.
Yep. Didn't touch anything, just looked.
Looks so good." Addie, roll me a perception check.
Please. Thank you.
I keep going up, high and low.
You notice that there's a man who is, so you're kind of at the corner and looking down the alley where they found the body. You see over to your right, there's a man kind of peeking out of his door, and he's motioning for you to come over.
I'll walk over.
Nobody leave. Okay, bye.
No, leaving
She
too
was
far.
on the second. She was on the second street over.
He says, "This isn't the first murder. It's happened before."
Was it on a new moon?
No, it was in Bryn Shander.
Same symbol?
2 weeks ago, yes. But don't tell anybody I said anything, and he shuts the door.
I just walked back over to where I was.
So a few minutes later, a tiefling dressed in black leather with the Targos crest on the shoulder. I wonder if there's a picture of the Targos crest. I don't know why they wouldn't put it. Just upload it real quick since they're gone for a second anyway.
Shit really seems like hitting the fan the moment we get here.
As if you're shocked by that.
No.
Adventurers breed trouble. They take care of it too, but they also kind of bring it with.
I mean, they can take care of it because they kind of have to.
Huh.
Oh.
That, I just threw it on there like a token, but that is the, oops. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That is the crest of Targos. That is the symbol that is on the tiefling's shoulder. The tiefling is a dark-skinned tiefling, so he is like dark red, ruddy color. And his horns are the sort of traditional horns. Let me see if I can.
So like the kind that comes from like the forehead.
Right, and kind of sweeps back. And they're not smooth, they're kind of jagged, almost wrinkled in a way. He's wearing leather armor, but I can give you a picture. Let me give you a picture here. In this picture, he's wearing metal armor, but he's not wearing metal armor. He's wearing leather armor.
All right.
So let me throw him on here. So there he is.
Oh no, he's hot.
He is he's wearing leather armor with this symbol on its shoulder. And he walks around the corner and he says, well, what do we have here? Anybody care to explain to me what's going on?
Right then. Heard a scream, woke up, came out here, found this body. From the looks of it, body's been here. Well, not here. Body's been dead maybe quarter of a week. Carving happened after this man died. Throat was slit. Let's see here. This gentleman, and I point to the guard that told us to wait here and all that, seems to think that his name was Malin, and yeah. We haven't touched him, so I don't know what he's got in his pockets though, or where his shirt went.
Do it.
And you are?
Travelers. I'm Ember.
Ember.
Sea
Bitterfrost.
breed.
I'm still way in the back.
That's fair.
Do you often have situations like this where travelers might be awakened in the night to a scream and deaths?
No. I run a tight ship.
But this is a town. Or is it a city?
It's a saying, Ember.
Oh.
He doesn't mean literally.
There's just this list of things that people don't mean literally.
That's its own book.
Going to be by the end of
It's
this.
going to be. It's like this hellscape. Tight ship.
Well, that's unfortunate. We didn't really see the female who gave the initial scream, but she might need some reassurance.
And what led you to the finding the body again?
Lady screaming. Oh,
And
and,
you
the
just-
body didn't move, so that helps.
That is a question I am still asking myself,
Searching for
sir.
a source.
Well, you seem to know an
Listen,
awful.
If I hear someone scream,
You seem to know an awful lot about the body.
Well, yeah, it's obvious. There's no blood here, which means they didn't die here. There's this little cut in the neck, so that means the throat was slit. And the carving happened after death because the edges are pretty clean. And if you did it before death, I'm pretty sure there would be squirming. And they seem like pretty straight lines. And I think it's only been here a quarter of a week because it's really cold. It looks pretty frozen. There's no signs of any blood at the top, which means it's probably all at the bottom, but I can't really check that without flipping him over. And you're not getting that weird little crystally stuff that happens when you freeze meat for too long.
And so, in all of your expertise, Harry one, where do you think the body came from?
I'd like to look around for drag marks or like a shockwave or something if it was dropped.
Or maybe heavy footsteps. Someone carrying it.
So there is no.
Like, did it look like the body was placed here, or is it just sort of haphazardly, like limbs
Chucked.
strewn?
Yeah, kind of fell off a cart, kind of placed.
Okay.
Or was thrown off a cart.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
Your guards.
I was gonna say it looks like thrown here, either out a window or maybe off of a sled. Do sleds go in the towns?
All right. Well, I guess. Where are you staying?
just down that way at the inn.
I mean, we were gonna look for the white moose. I actually have a picture of the white moose, but I guess we can stick around for a little bit longer.
Well, it's pretty clear that you didn't kill this individual today. But as you said, it's been frozen for a while, so how do I know you didn't kill it a few days ago, freeze it, and then pretend to find it?
Because we just arrived yesterday, and
Yeah.
the guards that were watching the gate last night would be able to tell you that.
Besides, that would be a waste of meat. Why would you just carry it around?
A waste
We arrived last
of
night.
meat?
Yes, free meat.
He's a tabaxi. What do you expect?
Is this one of those you're not supposed to eat?
Yes.
Yes.
Why is this list so long? Scribble, 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 scribble.
I apologize. He's a tabaxi. He doesn't understand some of this stuff. He doesn't mean it in a bad way. But we did arrive last night. Your guard saw us. We went to the general store. He saw us. We went to the inn. There were multiple people there who saw us.
Ooh,
All
That
right,
person
well,
who runs the inn really likes us.
and Jonathan Linklocks, if he can remember anything from last night, was there too.
All right. Well, I guess you can go. It's pretty clear you didn't do this.
I hope you find who did.
Well, with that symbol carved into the chest, I'm not sure I do.
Wouldn't you
Fair
want?
point.
Say, you get new people coming into this place often nowadays?
Not a lot.
I know we're probably the most recent, but when was the last time you got outsiders?
A couple weeks ago,
Were they
maybe.
hunters?
Week ago, maybe. No, there's a traveling caravan that runs around.
Ah, but it was just
Goes
traveling.
from town to town, selling the wares.
So no other adventuring types.
No, not really. Mm-mm.
Okay.
We're pretty, we're avoided nowadays, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
People don't like to come up here anymore.
Well, it's not like they can leave if they're stuck here.
Even the fishing isn't so great anymore.
Only one type of fish, huh?
We love the fish, don't get us wrong. It's that it's harder to catch now. All the lakes keep freezing over.
Yeah, I imagine so. Even the wolves seem
Targos.
to be weakened.
Yeah. Targos has built its reputation on being a fishing town, worthy of glory at the It's hard to make a living now. I'm just wondering if someone owed someone money. Anyway, you can leave. It's clear you didn't do this.
Well, we start heading back, I guess. Not much we can do here. Did he say Brinchander?
Are you
The
at
the guy that
Rando?
the
Oh,
rando
yeah.
that talked to me?
Yeah, he said Brinchander.
Brinchander. Okay.
What's the nearest town to us that they said if you want to look for sled or dogs or something?
So
2 miles away.
Bryn Shander is 3 miles away, and it is one of the places that was mentioned as
Okay.
being available to purchase. So Bryn Shander, East Haven, and Dubin's Hole all have dog trainers and sell sled teams. Bryn Shander is sort of the central town, and all the other towns pretty much everything else is on a lake. Bryn Shander's the only one that's not on a lake, so it's kind of almost centrally located.
Okay. Well, we get back to the inn. I wait till we're all in the room, and then I turn to the group and go like, so why exactly did we run out? Because someone screamed in the night?
Because they might have needed help.
Because it's more interesting. Yeah, that.
Listen, if you go out because it's interesting, that's fine. Don't lie.
Yeah, and then become #1 suspects to a possible crime?
Well, that's why you just got to prove you didn't do it.
For 5 minutes.
You really don't think they would have suspected the new people that showed up?
Yeah. I think
least-
considering how close that scream was, they'd be more concerned if we just continued sleeping like we never heard it. Someone would have come banging on our door saying, "What were you doing last night?"
At least we were prepared for it.
Well, preparing is one thing. Someone did Talk to me, though. They mentioned that this wasn't the first body with the symbol on it.
What?
Or
Why didn't
Here?
he? Yeah, why
Where?
didn't he mention it if there was another dead body here?
Because he didn't want it known that he knew, probably.
No, I meant the guard, the staff guy.
Because it wasn't in this town, and I don't think news travels that quickly. Either that or, I don't know. But it was in Brinchander, not here. About 2 weeks ago.
How big are you, Addie?
Probably shorter than you.
But like stocky build, light.
No, I'm more light. I look pretty thin.
So you said news travels that fast. Gossip travels faster than news. So I'm gonna run out the door.
Wait, you're gonna
Oh,
run out the
no.
door?
What?
Where are you going?
Go find Scaff. I doubt he's moved.
Wait, you didn't tell him?
He's still by the body.
Nobody told me not to. And we're supposed to be happy. Being helpful is more interesting. And how am I supposed to get more information if we don't give more information out?
You run around the corner, and Scath is standing there talking to a human with a human male with dark hair and a beard. And they're sort of talking to each other and nodding and looking at the body. And as you run around the corner, he looks over at you and he says, "Ah, this is one of the individuals that found the body." This is Nerth. He's the speaker of Targos. What was your name again?
I'm Ember.
Ember.
Hey, I guessed right. I'm like, this sounds like there's a dumb E somewhere.
So 10 Towns doesn't have an individual government. I'm just saying this out of character, but
Yeah.
you would have picked this up just through general knowledge. 10 Towns doesn't have a centralized government. Each of the towns elects a speaker, and then the speakers all get together and meet and deal with each other and negotiate and whatnot if they have issues. So in other words, this is basically like the mayor or governor of Targos. That's but they're just called the speaker. Because, Forgotten Realms loves to name things speakers, but, whatever. And so, Nerth says, "So, Ember, what brought you back to the body here? You were here before, correct?"
Yes, and then there was juicy gossip.
Juicy
is
gossip.
anyone-
I
is
like
anyone
gossip
following
as
me?
well. Doesn't look like it.
It'll either be bitter or it's going to be Sig. I'm waiting to see what bitter.
I was gonna say someone's following
Yeah,
me, so I'll wait for them to
yeah.
figure out who it is.
It's
It's either Sig or bitter. Is bitter following or is Sig going?
honestly, you did a better job of keeping him in check before.
All right, I'll go. Yeah, I follow him.
Okay. So as you round the corner, you see that there is a new human there, quite tall. And he's talking to Ember. He says, "Oh, I like gossip as well.
So the
Tell me,
prissy one.
what gossip did you?"
The prissy one says that this is the second
Ember,
one that's
Ember,
happened.
The
Ember.
the prissy
No,
one.
no.
Who is that?
Ember, that's enough. Just because you hear someone say something doesn't mean it's true.
Doesn't mean
Uh,
it's not.
He turns to you and he says, "Hello there," and he reaches out his hand. This is very nice to meet you. My name is Nerth. I am the speaker here in Targos. You are with Imber?
Yes, I am. Name's Sigrid. And Sigil, shake his hand.
Very nice to meet you. So what
Mhm.
brings you to Targos?
It was the closest town to where we were.
Okay.
Did enjoy the stew, though, and the ale. The ale's been very good.
Oh, over at the Luskin.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, I stay there myself. It reminds me of home. I am actually from Luskin.
Hmm. What brings you to this town, then?
Well, I came up here many years ago and, you know, I liked it so much I stayed, and it's unfortunate what's happening nowadays, but, eventually the winter will end and everything will get back to normal. We'll be able to fish on the lake again, and Targos will be the cream of the crop in terms of knucklehead trout catch again.
It's a very good trout. I'm sorry for Ember interrupting you. He kind of got away from us.
Well,
He hears one little tidbit of news and
he was going to tell me some juicy gossip, and I am always interested in hearing juicy gossip.
I don't think you have other things to focus on. Honestly, gossip is.
No, 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 no.
I'm not even.
I appreciate the effort and the abilities of the citizens of Tin Towns. I am really interested in hearing what Ember has to say.
So I relay the basics of word is that there's been another one in Bryn Shander with
Ah,
the same, and I make the little X motion.
the carving. Ah.
But I
Well,
don't know who
listen.
said that.
Look. Do you find it believable? Do you think it's true? Did it sound like it was true? I can tell that you're very good at sussing out whether something is true or not. Does it seem true to you?
I don't know how they would have known. When doesn't it take a day to get there? Well, wait.
To
No,
Bryn
they said it
Shander?
happened.
No, Bryn Shander's only a few miles away.
I mean, I guess it could have happened a couple weeks ago, but seems weird.
You're with some friends, right? You and Sigurd?
Sigrid.
Well,
Sigrid.
more like
Sigrid.
guides.
I apologize, Sigrid. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I'm not myself after, seeing my friend Malin here.
You knew him.
Ah, yes, he was a fisherman. I represent the fishermen. That's why I was elected, because the town needs to return to its former fishing glory. Anyway, look, there's a group of you. Yes, Sketh told me that there were some few of you.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Did you know that man was missing? It's been a couple days. You were in charge of the fishermen, right?
I'm not in charge of the fishermen. I'm friends with them. That they helped get me elected. I did not know he was missing. I had
You didn't
heard
know your
nothing of
friend
it.
was missing?
Well,
Did anyone notice?
Ah,
I'm sorry. It's just for
uh,
a
I,
man to go missing and be dead for days.
well, look, we have not finished our investigation, of course, but if something happened in Bryn Shander, do you think that you could look into it for us?
That doesn't answer my question of did no one know this man was missing?
I don't know. I personally did not, but we're looking into it. I promise you, we'll get to the end of it. We'll get to the bottom of it. We will make sure that we find out everything that we can about what happened. But we can't do that in Bryn Shander because we have no power there. But if you went to Bryn Shander and found out if there really was, as this plausible gossip has said, if there really was, you know, if there really was another murder, then that would actually help us get to the bottom of it. Perhaps there's someone going around killing people, and that would be very bad. Don't you think?
Does he seem like he wants to get us out of town?
Yeah,
or
I don't
he's
trust this guy.
genuinely.
Oh
Because he
my
sounds skeevy as
gosh.
fuck.
He
He
sounds
really
so
does.
fucking
He
skeevy.
really does.
I love him, but he sounds skeevy as fuck.
He
He's
sounds like a politician.
I mean,
that's
He is
what
a
he
dog.
is.
Exactly. Can I? Do I? Can I? What
You
is
can-
my read on him?
You can insight check him if you want to.
Yeah, I'm
Like
gonna
if
do that.
if you're trying to sense whether he can
Mhm.
whether he's trying to just get rid of you, it doesn't seem like it. He actually wants you to. It seems like he actually wants you to go check it out.
Mhm.
But it's also true he did not directly answer your question
No,
satisfactorily.
he didn't. He's been avoiding every single one of them.
Clearly, I'm just
he-
going to have to teach Sigrid that if you want answers about somebody, you have to ask everybody around them.
Nah.
Because then they'll all lie, and you have to find out either what they agree on their line and then think the opposite, or what they're all avoiding, and then that's the truth.
Did this guy live with anyone? A wife, partner, kids?
He
Drinking
actually,
buddies?
his wife passed away several months ago. So it's possible he's been missing for a while and we
Kids?
just didn't realize. Not in town, no.
Drinking buddies? Like, I'm sorry,
Look,
it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot to do here, but drink.
do you think that can you go to Bryn Shander and find out? Ember, I feel like you would do well to get to the bottom of this, and you seem like you're taking notes. So perhaps you could write a report about it and bring it back to us and let us know what has happened.
We might be able to do that. Maybe look in to see if this guy had some drinking buddies, though.
We'll
Man,
we'll
it seems
figure
like a
out.
pretty small town.
I'm
We'll
just going to start dragging Sigrid off.
Sig just gives this guy a look of, I don't trust you.
I found a quest. Now I know I'm a real adventurer.
Oh my god.
with thumbs.
Your quest
Amber,
apparently is to write a book report.
Amber. Amber, I just want to make sure. Did you write down everything he said?
I'm a real adventurer. Because I have to practice using thumbs.
Yeah, that's great. So if you wrote down everything, did he answer any of my goddamn questions?
Nope, never.
I
That means
thought
he's
so,
hiding
thanks.
something, and that means this is going to be juicy.
Oh my god.
Also, I'm gonna tell you something else, Ember. If someone tells you a secret in this group, don't go telling it to other people until we are all agreed we should tell them, or else you might spoil the secret too quickly. And then you
Yeah.
might not get the juiciest information.
But it came from the devil worshiper.
I don't think she's a devil worshiper.
That's what they want you to think. Oh God, I made a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, you did.
Damn it!
Yes, you did.
This is great. Oh.
I regret.
Amber,
No, you
Amber,
don't.
I think she's the opposite of a devil worshiper. I think she's a devil hater. I think you're fine with her. Like,
That's
she's
even
kind
worse.
She's kind of dumb and naive, but I don't think she's, a devil worshiper. And also, she told all of us, so it kind of has to be info that we all agreed to share. It's not just her, after all, right? You don't want to upset Bitter.
But we have
So
a real
maybe-
quest now.
We already did, though. We had the quest for the moose, and now how
But
are
now we
supposed
have
to go?
2 quests.
But we can't do both at the same time. Just pointing that out.
Well, we
Like,
have to go get
we-
information, and then we have to let the information fester. That's when you go get the moose.
But if that's not how it works, Ember. Like, it's so important to Oryx's people that the animals get figured out quickly, so we need to deal with that moose. I still can't believe we have to deal with a moose. But going to another city and dealing with that stuff, that's going to take so much time. And think about it, Oryx's people are not getting enough food. Imagine you not having enough food. You'd be starving. Not eating for a day. Imagine not getting food for a whole day.
So they said that the white moose was around the Lonely Wood. Did they ever mention where the Lonely Wood is?
Lonelywood is actually one of the 10 towns.
Okay.
It's the name. It's let me
Where the heck is it?
yeah, so I'm gonna actually
Do we get a world map?
I'm gonna throw this me.
Hello, Gato.
I'm going to actually put this picture up here because this will give you a decent idea of where things are. Let me. I probably should have made a new page for all these images. So okay, so oops, that one.
He's so tiny.
Okay, so
Ah.
this is the 10 towns. Okay. And right now you're in Targos. Can you read the mileage on those, or is it too small?
Mostly.
I need to.
Like,
Yep, mostly.
Looks like about
For the
11
most part.
miles.
So
11 miles to
Lonelywood is up here in the upper left, and so Targos is 9.5 miles from Tourmaline, which is 1.5 miles from Lonelywood. So you're talking 11 miles.
Okay.
Bryn Shander's only 3 miles from Targos. I will put this in a new
Opposite direction, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
in the opposite direction. Yes.
And where did we come from? Like, how did we enter Targos? From the south?
You came. You see where it says Tin Trail?
Yeah.
You came up that, and you skipped Bryn Shander. You did not go to Bryn
Okay.
Shander.
Oh, we're gonna have to see what Oryx wants to do.
So
You'd
if
try.
we want to go to Lonelywood, it's basically like opposite direction and also more than a day away,
Mm-hmm.
following the roads, which is probably the best idea in this kind of weather.
Yeah, probably.
If
And
you don't want to get
mentioned
lost.
that Bryn Shander was one of the towns that has sled teams and dogs.
Yeah.
Yep.
So even if we did want to go to Lonelywood, I think we would. And Addie mentioned looking at sleds, so we might end up going to Bryn Shander first anyway for that.
We don't have money.
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
the money for it yet.
We
Hey,
have-
I don't know how much Addie's got in her pockets.
I mean, that's fair.
Not that much after getting here.
That's fair.
So this Nerth, did
Okay,
he
so here's
offer us anything in return for
To do
whatever
this.
information we might provide him?
No.
Which means that we can sell it to the highest bidder.
I'm also going to point out I don't trust him at all.
Oh, of course not. You shouldn't.
I asked him a ton of questions, and he didn't
Simple
answer any
questions.
of them.
so I threw you all over
Nice.
to a page that
A
shows
map.
that map a little bit better.
Nice.
Yeah, he did not answer your questions for sure.
No.
The moose that Jonathan was talking about sounds interesting, but I've never heard of anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Might be bunk. Bryn Shandor is closer. Nothing else. That makes
And
more
so,
sense.
yeah, so here's the travel. Okay, there's kind of a modified travel table. So if you're on foot with no snowshoes and on a good road, you go about 1 mile per hour.
Without snowshoes, you said?
Without snowshoes. If you have snowshoes, you can go about 1.5 miles an hour. Okay. If you're on a road but it's not a good road, or if you're on no trail at all, with no snowshoes you can go about 0.5 mile an hour, and with snowshoes you go about 1 mile an hour. A sled dog team will take you 5 miles an hour on a good road. 4 miles an hour on a road that has been covered by a recent avalanche or blizzard, and 3 miles an hour on no trail at all to break new trail. Okay, so you more than double your speed if you end up with a sled team, but once again, they are really expensive, and yeah. So if you're talking about going to Bryn Shander, that's 3 miles away. And so you're talking about, if you have snowshoes, you're talking about a 2-hour trek. That's not too bad, provided no blizzard comes while you're traveling.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have snowshoes, it's about a 3-hour trek, once again, provided no blizzard. If you want to go up to Tourmaline, 9.5 miles, suddenly you're talking about an all-day trip, literally. And if you get knocked off the trail at all, you're talking about spending the night outdoors.
Longer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then that would be another excess trip to Lonely. So yeah, you're talking about difficult travel.
Is that top one, Tourmaline to Lonelywood, 1.5 miles or
Yes,
7.5?
it is. It's
okay.
1.5.
That's what I thought.
And I assume the bigger the icon means the bigger the town.
Yeah, so well, sort
Fancier.
of.
Fancier,
The three largest towns are Targos, Bryn Shander, and East Haven. Targos has a population of 1,000. East Tourmaline has a population of about 600. So it's one of the larger towns, but it's not one of the 3 largest. Whereas
I mean-
Lonelywood is only has a population of about 100, right? So it's a tiny village.
So I have a question for my companions. Why are you so interested in finding out what happened with this body and what relationship it might have to Arl?
I'm not.
Neither am
But
I.
someone basically volunteered us.
Because I want to be a real adventurer.
Why do you want to be a real adventurer?
Real adventurers don't do something for nothing.
Well, but you're supposed to help people. Otherwise, what's the point?
Getting paid.
Okay, but what do you do with money then?
You buy better
Buy
travel
supplies.
equipment.
Good for good.
Food, supplies.
Dogs.
What'd you say?
Dogs.
Said dogs.
Why would
Yeah,
you
that's
buy
right,
a
dogs.
dog?
How much
So they
money
can pull your sled.
how much money does each of you have?
I
10
only
gold,
have
I
10
think.
gold.
Yeah, not much.
I've got 5
10
gold.
gold.
10 gold.
Yeah.
25 gold.
Yeah. So you've got less than 100 between you, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, we cannot
We
afford.
don't have the money for a sled.
Nope.
I mean, we can buy the sled. We'd have to drag it ourselves.
Now, if we're gonna invest in something to help with travel, snowshoes are our best option right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, snowshoes are better. I don't know. I just don't think what. I don't think we'll
Why
find.
are you here, Addie?
Yeah, well, you got better things to do.
I'm looking for something.
And what is that exactly?
I'm not 100% sure.
Then how do you know this isn't part of what you're looking for?
And how are we supposed to know if we find it?
Oryx, do you know of any like locations around 10 towns that have been, I don't know, kind of like a mining operation or maybe like a dig site or new discoveries?
Would I?
There
I mean,
is a mine in there is a nearby gem mine in Tourmaline.
place in Tourmaline, north of here, where they pull all sorts of rocks and gems out of the ground.
That might be one place.
There's also there's some caverns by East Haven, and there is a place called Kelvin's Cairn, which is actually by Targos, that has some cave and whatnot structures. Remember, this area is really hilly and has, lots of different mountainous type regions in it. So I think Oryx would know all 3 of those.
Okay. Yeah, I think based on what I came up with as far as where he's been in this region, I think the one in East Haven would be the one he's maybe most familiar with.
Okay.
I don't truly know how much I trust you people yet, but I suppose I could at least admit that I am here on a quest. And someone seems so fascinated by quests. I was told there was something dangerous being uncovered here in the north. And if it's fully uncovered, it could bring much ruin to the entire world, not just this valley. So I'm here to stop that.
Are they doing it on purpose?
I don't know.
Who's involved? Who's doing this?
That would make things easier, wouldn't it? All I know is that something is being uncovered, and I am guessing that that may have to do with a mining operation going too deep or something like that. That's the only clue I have.
Oryx, Bitter. They mentioned Nerith mentioned that fishing would get back to what it was. Is this not what winters are normally like around here?
I mean, for the past 2 years it's been like this, and it feels like it's only getting worse.
I think that's related to whatever's being uncovered. And if that's true,
Usually.
then it might have to do with Arl.
Go ahead, Matt.
The voice might be a little too soft, right? But usually, usually our tribe's been able to cover much broader lands and travel much wider places. The last few years, it's been rougher. The herds haven't been moving around as much, so we haven't moved around as much either.
Mm-hmm.
We used to be much more far-reaching.
Huh. And you, Addie, said that you think that this terrible season, well, more winter-y winter, might have something to do with this dangerous thing.
I think so.
I wonder if it has anything to do with that.
That? What is that?
Just rumor and gossip, but apparently certain people aren't as interested in that. So I don't know if Addie would want to know.
Just spill it.
By the way, before the beans get spilled there, I threw a picture of Icewind Dale. I found where they have it in the player handouts, way down, but not at the bottom or at the top, like in the middle, stuck
jeez.
somewhere. So here is the actual picture that they give you in the book, but it doesn't show distances. That's why I like the other one that I showed you. So you can see why Lonelywood is named Lonelywood, because it's near the only forested area, or one of the only forested areas.
I like how on the map Targos is nowhere like really near where the water is, but I suppose that's just because it's iced over.
Yeah, it's completely iced over.
Near
That's
water.
right. That's what's making it so hard for them to fish.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
They haven't figured out ice fishing yet.
No, they do that too, but it's not as fast.
Yeah, it's
anyway.
not as...
So you were going to tell them something juicy?
Yes, I'm sipping my
This will be where we end the session, so make it good.
Well, I came north here to investigate certain rumors. One of the more common ones seems to think that you've heard of Neverwinter? Nice little town. May either be named after what was supposed to be a graveyard, or perhaps just because they're very good at keeping things alive in greenhouses, and there is not really a true winter there. Unless, of course, the heir to the throne of Neverwinter were to bring it there. And bring it there thanks to the magic and power of the Queen of the North.
That seems like a far-fetched tale. So you're saying winter will come to Neverwinter?
It seems that the heir to the Neverwinter crown wants that to happen.
Are you familiar with who this heir is?
Well, I've heard stories. Mostly that one. It seems to be a shock to them that this heir is alive. But it could also be an heir to another empire.
Another empire? What empire would that be?
Possibly Netherese?
Interesting.
I may have had to run away before I could get more information on that one, though.
May
have.
You like gathering rumors, don't you?
Someone has to do it. More information is always good information.
So are you suggesting this air is the one that I'm looking to stop?
I'm suggesting what else would they be able to do to bring winter to a Neverwinter without something powerful?
Hmm.
They can't just bring the whole goddess. I don't think you can do that. Can you do that?
I mean, if she liked you enough, maybe.
If What if you gave her bodies?
I mean, the cities are doing that enough already, apparently.
Apparently.
Use your words.
The body that we saw with the X in it,
Yes.
you know.
It wasn't an X. It was.
A snowflake.
No, it was a snowflake to the queen of, this icy ass place.
Hmm. That might give the goddess more power. I don't know if that has anything to do with
stretch their power.
uncovering something. It just seems odd to me that the wording was uncover because, like, goddess has always
I mean-
been here.
Yeah, and honestly, everything's getting more covered up the more this winter is happening, right?
Yes, that is true. Hmm.
I'm just saying, I've connected them.
You haven't connected anything.
I've connected
Okay.
Well, I don't know anything about Neverwinter. Around here, it's always winter. But either way, it sounds like we've got another trip to make.
So,
Okay.
to Bryn Shander?
I suppose we can go to Bryn Shander and see what we can find.
Mhm.
All right, then.
Quest.
Okay, well, now that we know what our next quest is, I suppose we can end. So, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this session, we are going to be playing in 2 weeks. Not next Friday, but the Friday after, which is let's see, it will be the
Is that
Uh,
Halloween?
30th.
30th.
Day before Halloween, yeah.
It's the
Okay.
30th.
Day
Yes,
before
the
Halloween.
Day before Halloween.
Cool.
So,
Awesome day to be playing Rime of the
Yeah.
Frostmaiden.
Of
And just
course.
to start getting in the mood, we're going to be running a game called Grotto of Nightmares next Friday for Roll20
Nice.
Con. Same time as this, so around 6 o'clock Mountain.
Very cool.
Yeah. So,
Excellent.
see you then.
Thank you for watching.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Woohoo.